Really? Apparently the lock is trying to eat Kelly's microphone, so she'll hear us. She just can't talk for the moment. So, recap! Alright, so after a long, trying, and arduous journey, we finally made it to the end of the necropolis. We faced off against Varkin the Lich, who had already Vorkeen, whatever, that D-bag. Anyhow.
The dead D-bag.
Dead, who was undead D-bag, but he's re-dead now. But we faced against Vorkeen, who also had captured and basically possessed a ancient dragon that after destroying his original body, he merged with to become a super douche dragon, which then we also destroyed that. After expelling his spirit from that, Paragon was trying to put in the final blow when Velastro's cast plane shift on him and sent him far and away to another plane where he would be eternally tortured. After trying to figure out the best way of handling that, because we needed to basically harness the power that Vorkeen had to help us on further endeavors, we send Paragon after him with the agreement that Celiel would actually meet up with Paragon afterward to gather his weapons, which since it's a weapon of Genesis, along with the energized essence from Vorkeen that he collected. Paragon was actually afterward able to meet back with his family and be put to rest, so Paragon has finally departed us from the party and he has finished his journey. But now afterward, the necropolis began to crumble and the dimension that we were in, however that was constructed, began to fall apart, which then we fell straight downwards to where the rest of the army was. This was also after VV had successfully gotten the last bomb off to be able to destroy the Lich's phylactery. I was thinking Horcrux. I couldn't get Harry Potter off the brain. His phylactery. So,
they're actually very similar.
Yeah. So afterward, we've begun to descent, falling through the sky after there was a rift and tears into the dimensional area that we were in, fighting Vorkeen. On our way down, we did notice that Vivi then snuck up behind Artigan, who is Mithra's uncle and also the leader of the Necrolites, and then incapacitated him, sneaking up behind, hitting him in the back of the head, knocking him unconscious, and began dragging him off. And from there, we are now regaining with the army that was led by all of the Alliance, with VV in charge, along with actually the entire council. And it seems now that Vorkeen has been defeated, we are overtaking this and winning it in stride. And that's where we're picking up.
All right. So you guys notice that the battle has pretty much worn down. At this point, you see various scattered forces kind of just wandering around. You notice the occasional one of these far spawn that is kind of just thrashing around on the ground that may have a little bit of life left to it, and they're basically just in an organized fashion wandering around the battlefield and coup de grace any of them that might still be alive, as is common practice following a battle. So at this point, once it seems as though all the forces have been dealt with, I need everybody to roll a perception check as you hear almost like a thrumming noise come from the direction of where you remember Artigan being.
We actually did that part and we saw it.
I know. This is something different.
Okay. Aaron automatically passes because he's got that super juice in his system.
Yeah, true.
That's right.
Ignore that 34.
Okay, so pretty much everybody notices this. What you notice is what looks like a average height elven individual who teleports into existence, kind of right over where Artigan was. And the interesting thing that you notice is that this individual is actually wearing Dark Sun regalia, where it's almost like his armor is mismatched to the robes that he's wearing, where his robes are very regal with a lot of red and a lot of gold. He does, kind of overlaying his robes, have like a spike, like spalder on his shoulder. You notice the Dark Sun eclipse, which is their symbol, and blazoned across the chest, where it seems to be wearing some sort of half plate. He's also wielding a staff that has like a large shield emblazoned upon the top of the staff. And this individual has kind of flushed skin, red hair, yellow eyes, and pointed ears. You see he appears right by Artigan, puts a hand on him,
Leave your door open and you'll get
and they disappear. However, you notice Vivi is not reacting in a negative manner to this, almost like this is something he expected.
Just out of curiosity, do I recognize this individual?
You do not.
Okay.
You don't believe you've ever met him before.
Okay.
So, at this point, Vivi walks over and addresses you and any other party member who may be nearby and says, "The Ottogan situation is taken care of. We can find him back in Galeberg."
Wait. Okay. I didn't realize that we were going to have him taken so far away so quickly, but I would definitely like to have a word with him. I just didn't realize that. I understand sending him to not be seen here, but I thought we would have been able to have a interrogation here on the premises.
I believed it was best to move him to a secure location. And this is when I must unveil something that I've had in the works for a long time, that I've not even told you about yet, Lieutenant Belrook. That was a gentleman by the name of Azrael. This has been in the works for some time. He was a member of the Sun Skimmers, which is the Serenian Special Forces.
Oh my god.
And I'm working on a squadron known... do you need a minute?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to get like all this info here. I had my phone sitting in front of me. Like, I gotta get my notebook out so I can start writing this all down.
Gotcha.
I wasn't expecting to get the thick of the plot, man.
It's all good.
Okay,
Let me know
I'm
when
sorry.
you're ready.
Yeah, what was this guy's name again?
Azrael. Azurale.
Did you straight up take the teleporting guy from X-Men?
Don't think so.
I think he did, because it was something similar to Azrael. Anyhow.
Azrael.
Azazel is what you're talking about.
Yeah, there we go.
Azazel
Sorry.
and Nightcrawler.
I just thought it was a cool sounding name.
So, I'm
But
sorry,
I
how do you
do
spell Azazrael?
Azrael. It's Azurale.
A-Z-U-R... Well, there's a U in there, though. A-Z-U-R-E-A-L? A-E-L? What was it?
A-L-E.
A-L-E. Got it. Thank you. Alright.
There's Azrael, which is an angel.
There's a lot of
That's-
names
that's
that
completely
have
different.
A's and Z's in it, whatever.
Right. Well, I thought it sounded similar, and the guy teleports, but so that's where my mind went. Okay, sorry, continue on. Sorry for the interruption.
You're all good. So
I'm not.
He continues informing you and the rest of the party. He's who I've placed in charge of a new unit in the Dark Suns. I've named it the Spelljammer Squadron.
I'm
I
sorry.
apologize for them not being deployed for this mission, but I did not believe they were ready.
Just to clarify, what were they called? I thought you said they were called the Sun Skimmers, or are they called the Spelljammer Squadron?
He was from the Sun Skimmers, which is Serenian Special Forces, basically Sun Elven Special Forces. He is no longer in the Sun Skimmers. He is now heading
Gotcha.
this. It's a task force that I have assembled for handling powerful spellcasting. I viewed it as a weakness within my own ranks, and this is my answer to it. Do not fear. He will not go anywhere with Azrael holding him captive.
Well, that's definitely good to know. Is there anything else I should be aware of with the Spelljammer Squadron? I mean...
Just that it's still in development.
Well, you are aware that you're taking him to Galeberg, which I believe is a stronghold for the affiliation that Hardigan has hold himself to. that organization that we spoke of, I know they have a good foothold in Galeberg.
I think you're confusing Galeberg with Thalassia.
No, I'm no, no, hold on one second there. To the notes! To the notes! No, I'm gonna get mixed up with Gilstead.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. Okay, Galeberg's the town that is right near where we're at.
Yeah, that's like right where you're heading back
yeah,
to.
okay, yeah, that was where I'm sorry, I was getting mixed up with.
It's all good. Lots
Man,
of names.
I'm all over the place today, fellas. I'm supposed to be the guy that keeps track of it all. Alright. Yeah, okay. Well, if that's the case, since it's at Galeberg, I'd really like to be a part of that interrogation, like we spoke of before.
Absolutely.
When do you plan on having our little sit down and chat with Artigan?
Immediately upon our arrival.
Okay. Now, just so we make sure how we spend this, Artigan is going to be MIA, which means also there's going to be a change in power with the Necrolites. I think I have something loosely planned to be able to deal with that, but I'd like to speak with Artigan before we handle that situation, if that's okay.
Sounds reasonable.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations on the victory. I'm sure it'll do another thing to grow or man, I'm so lost on words today. To make the Garrick Sun's reputation grow even stronger.
Yes, indeed.
All right, now I'll return to everybody else.
All right. Now, I believe when we concluded last session that Aaron was heading over to meet with Genzo.
Yep.
All right. So you eventually make your way over there. You walk up and you see Genzo as he's just kind of packing up his rifle. As usual, looking pretty impressed with himself.
So you survived.
There was never any question. You, however, look like shit in a handbag.
Thanks. You know, falling from the sky does that to you.
Yeah, I would think so. It seems like, you might have been on fire at some point. I don't even know.
Let's just say it was Lich turned into this like dragon, and like it was just a bad day for everybody.
Yeah, I can see.
I mean, even Solomon here is a little banged up. So, but anyways, a deal's a deal, right?
Yeah, I guess a deal's a deal. We'll start working on your rifle when we make it back to Galeberg.
That's good. Just let's not do anything stupid between now and then. I've done enough stupid stuff for the next year of my life.
Yeah, I can see that. So, I mean, is that all you wanted to come over here for, or you wanted to hold my hand or something?
I don't need to hold your hand tight.
Okay,
good.
I
just wanted to make sure.
The answer would be no, but I wasn't positive.
I just wanted to make sure you were good. And
Of course, I'm fine.
still alive.
Yep, I'm all good.
Is Genzo around that I can see?
He was pretty far off.
Okay, never mind.
He found himself a nice little place to perch.
Oh, well, actually, this is going through the amulet telepathy. Hey, Aaron.
Yes.
Hey, can you, if you happen to find Genzo, could you pass a message over to him?
Yeah.
Just,
Sure.
just let him know that I'm still holding to the plan that we decided to make. We both survived this.
Hey, Genzo.
Yeah.
Shizuki said he still plans on holding you till you're into the bargain.
Yeah, okay.
Side note, Gavin, do you remember what that was?
Not exactly.
Me and him are gonna get high on food later.
Oh, yes, okay. I thought it was something major. Yeah.
No, it's get high on food.
Instead, he sounds very enthused. Oh, yes, absolutely.
I was about to say that might change his tune a little bit.
Yeah, that changes his tune.
Okay.
All right. Like I said, let's survive the next few days.
Alright, well, I'm
Anyways,
getting bored of this conversation. He goes and he jumps off the cliff and, like, deploys a parachute.
all right. So are my wings damaged?
No, they're fine.
Cool. Well, I guess I'm going back. Solomon, you ready?
Yes, absolutely, sir.
Cool. I'm just gonna lay here on you, and we're just gonna, if anything's still moving around, just bite its head off, and let's just get back to town.
If that is your wish, sir, I will aim for the head.
Yeah, I'm just gonna lay here. Thanks. And he's just looking at sprawl out across Solomon, and he just lay there.
Alright, I mean, it's a rough ride back down the mountain, but you get back to the bottom, and by the time you arrive, it seems as though everything has been packed up, and the war party is already beginning to make its way back to where they left all their supplies. Something that you do notice is, while the battle was successful, there's more bodies around than just the undead. You see that the Wood Elven military took a pretty heavy hit and lost about half their forces. The Dark Suns are okay, but out of the 5,000 troops that they brought along, they probably still lost about 500 of them. The Order of Shield and Light, they made out a little bit better, just because this is the kind of thing they typically deal with, but still sustained about a 10% loss in troops. Where it seems as though the Moon Elven military and the Wood Elven military definitely took the heaviest hits. And it is kind of a somber atmosphere, despite the fact that they won. Many people are kind of mourning over the loss of their brothers. But a lot of the bodies are packed up and are brought along with you for a proper burial, as you begin making your trek back to recover the equipment that you left back at the forward camp. So, after a few more hours, you make your way back to the forward camp, gather your supplies. I imagine Suzuki has a rather special package he needs to pick up from there. Gather your supplies back, and unless there's anything anybody wants to do or say, we can just fast forward to the arrival back at Galeberg.
I would say, just because the way that things usually go with the Dark Suns is things get kind of recycled in if anybody dies and had something strong, powerful, anything like that. Like, it goes typically back in battle, because that's what we do. We collect stuff and then we take it for our own. I would try and find just a decent looking bow. If I can find one, great. If not, so be it.
Okay. Well, the Dark Suns, there are some bowmen in the Dark Suns, definitely, but so you would find a few, like, darkwood bows around. That was the kind of the signature wood that was used for Dark Suns bows, as is to keep with the theme. You do, of course, find some Wood Elven weaponry as well.
I'm sorry, I said bow, but I'm arrows. I don't need a bow. Sorry, my bad. Arrows.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, if you're scavenging for arrows, I'll let you do either a survival or an investigation check on this one.
I will do investigation. I'm not looking for just standard arrows. I'm looking for, like, nicer, if there's anything like that around.
Okay.
So survival. Oh no, definitely not survival. Investigation. Yeah.
Not bad. Yeah, so not only do you find a good number of just standard arrows, if you wanted to collect them, I'd say you could have about another 100 arrows to add to your inventory, but you can just not collect them if you don't want to. But something you do find is you find yourself about, and one of the quivers, it looks like was about halfway done. You did notice it was on a fallen Wood Elven male, but he seemed to have about 10 or so, I will say exactly 10, plus 1 arrows on him. And interestingly enough, because you rolled so high, unfortunately on one of your Dark Sun brothers, you don't recognize him by name, but you do notice that he had some enchanted arrows. So you can go ahead and just add to your inventory frigid arrows and figure out what they do later. I'll say you get 5.
All right. I will say this as I am going and recollecting my box. I have one unattuned amulet of telepathy on me. I will go ahead and attune it to the rest of the groups, and then I will put that in the box.
Okay. Gotcha. I mean, you would have to actually go and actually make contact with their amulets to do so, but if you just want to say you did that, that's fine.
Yeah, that's the plan.
So you do that, and then you put it in your box.
Let me ask you
And
this,
notice?
because it's a group thing. So does it not go to everybody in the group?
Yeah.
If I just attune it, because I've got Ravella as a part of the groups. So does
It goes to, you have to actually make physical contact between your amulet and an amulet you want it to basically communicate with.
Okay.
You can do that to, as far as you know, an unlimited number of amulets. You would have to come into contact with each individual amulet you would want it to work
Okay,
with.
then I would get everybody's but Ravella, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brandon needs to mute himself if he's on the phone. Please.
But yeah, you do it. And interesting enough, when you open up the box, you notice that
The
this
box is a
clone of
mimic.
this clone of yours is actually starting to form some musculature.
Yeah,
So
Yeah,
it's
so
coming along.
I will, Brandon, my man.
Like I said, 1 or 2.
I'm just gonna mute him right quick,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna, yeah, there we go. Yeah, if he gets back and he's actually talking to somebody, let me know because I've muted. But I will take, I'm gonna put the attuned amulet and I'd say 50 arrows that I collected out there into the box.
All right. If you'll just put that in your notes.
Yeah, and they're standard arrows, but yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. All right. So, is there anything else anybody would like to do before I just say fast forward to arriving back at Galeberg?
Just out of curiosity, is Ciliel staying with us, or is she dipping out?
She's still with you at the moment, though you
Okay.
gather that she'll likely be leaving fairly soon.
Are we going to Galeberg the next day?
If you make it a straight march, you could make it back at nightfall.
No, I
that's what
didn't.
everybody's
I'm doing
doing.
what the group's doing, so I was just curious.
Yeah,
if it's
that's what they're
we're
doing.
gonna spend the night.
They're doing
It's
the march
more
in a
of
day.
I'm trying to find out whether or not we're getting a long rest or whatever.
The only reason the march was done in 2 days prior to this was so the troops would not be exhausted upon arriving at battle. But since there's no need to preserve the troops anymore, they're just doing the march all the way home in a day.
Okay. So we're not getting a long rest before we go back to Galeberg. Gotcha.
Not yet.
Okay, that's all I had.
Oh, you can unmute Brandon now.
Okay.
So he amuleted telepathy Claresi and let her know that he's still alive. She transponds back to you and basically says, "Thank goodness," and definitely expresses a lot of relief to know that you are safe.
Who the hell is Claresi?
She was back in the tournament.
Nah, I don't remember.
The lightning chick.
Yep, that doesn't help.
Okay.
Aaron's baby mama.
Yes.
Oh, that, okay. Alright.
Oh, now I know.
Oh, alright.
Yeah, Aaron's baby mama.
Alright.
So,
So any other
Other than that-
loose ends anybody wants to tie up on the way back to Galeberg?
ow. Nope, that's it. That's all the loose ends that I have.
Yeah, I'm good, man.
So you arrive back at Galeberg to roaring applause as you all make your way through the gates. You see all these Air Ganassi individuals, Moon Elven, who had gathered there as well, that are just giving you this huge applause as you walk in. Everybody is there's a joyous nature to the city that there wasn't before, and for the first time you notice a degree of hope with these people from the time that you arrived. You make your way back in through a hero's welcome, and Vivi comes and collects the party and says to them, "Well, I believe we have pressing matters at the Jade Palace. If you would all accompany me." He also makes sure to note that that Mithra is not present when he comes and collects you. And he leads you all to the Jade Palace.
I would just recommend for Mithra to like go somewhere, sit, gather her thoughts, and probably let her daughter know that she's okay.
Yeah, so you actually talk to Mithra, and she tells you, she was like, and yeah, I will do this. And once again, it's been a pleasure, and thank you for this opportunity you've afforded me in the Dark Suns. I cannot truly express my gratitude.
Oh, of course.
Which one was Mithra again?
Mithra's the necrolyte that was traveling with us. She was in the necropolis with us.
Oh, okay. All right. Yep. All right.
The one that Dorian doesn't like.
Yeah, that one.
There's only like 2 people he doesn't like, and I don't think she's on the list.
I thought there was only like 2 people that Dorian did like.
No, him and
Yeah.
Dorian gave her a whole big speech and everything, and then she ended up having I had to turn her invisible so that she could get away from him, because Dorian kept going on about his feats of grandeur and everything with her. He didn't seem to have a problem with her. He just didn't like her raising dead.
Yeah. It's Velasquez that doesn't like her
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
because she's weak.
The weak sauce, son.
She helped.
No,
She
got
took
in
a
the
couple
way.
shots.
She died a couple times.
So did a lot of other people in the party.
I'm pretty sure I never did. Never.
I don't think
Never.
you went down, but
No. I never even went to 0 hit points. I was always at full health pretty much the whole time. Never.
oh yeah. Look, what's your HP right now?
Shh. Doesn't matter. Don't look at the stream. Nobody look at the stream.
So you're led back into the Jade Palace, and you see this elven individual wearing the Dark Sun regalia, as well as you notice Empress Kargine Shotagus, who is standing there. And as you walk in, the elven individual turns around and says, "Ah, certainly took your time arriving back. Azrael Blazemock, pleased to make your acquaintance. I see you've got a little rat here. Don't worry, I've kept him occupied." When Artigan looks at him and says, "Like hell you have. What kind of freak are you? What did you do to me? Why can't I cast spells?" He's like, would you just shut up? As he then casts another spell on him, and you notice his mouth just almost seemingly immediately seals shut. He's like, "Now you will speak when spoken to, do you understand? I will not tolerate any rudeness in my presence. Do you understand?" Which Artigan doesn't do or say anything. He goes, "I said, do you understand?" As he snaps his fingers, and Artigan immediately begins convulsing in pain. And he says, "You may speak now if you would like." And he says, yes, I understand. That's a good boy."
I'm sorry, was it Azrael you said? Azrael Blazemark?
Azrael Blazemock, pleased to make your acquaintance.
I don't think I've had the pleasure. That's a handy little trick you got there. And I'll reach out to shake his hand.
When you do, you shake his hand, and he graciously shakes your hand back. You notice, though, that whenever you grip his hand, you kind of feel almost like a roughness, to his wrist. Almost like he recently was wounded on his wrist and is still healing. And it's right there on the center of the bottom of his wrist, behind his palm.
So, I'm sorry, he has a roughness to his hand and there's something in the center of his palm?
You notice almost like a scaliness to a little circle on his wrist whenever you grip his hand.
Interesting.
So then he looks back at Artigan and says, "So, these nice individuals have some questions for you. You will answer them if you know what is good for you." Artigan looks at him and says, I don't know what you're talking about. Ask away." I do not know what you're talking about. This is pure madness.
Shit, I'm trying to find something in my notes here, but I can't find it anywhere. Mother, I made a point of writing it down. I'm gonna tap Vivi on the shoulder. Commander, can I have a quick word with you, please?
Of course, Lieutenant. He steps aside over by one of the pillars. Speak your mind.
I think there's a definite way that I can probably get some information from him. If you can give me 2 minutes, maybe 2 minutes just of some one-on-one time with him.
I suppose this is all right.
I swear to God, if I cannot find this thing in my notes, because I need this, I had a point for this.
Maybe I can refresh your memory. Any idea of like the nature of what it is that you might be looking for?
I'll DM it to you.
Okay.
Because I wrote it down, I just can't find. I have to organize my notes, man. I'm so behind today, guys.
You're good.
Aaron's gonna be like, all right, this interrogation is not my scene, and he's just, yeah, let me excuse myself, and he's just gonna walk out.
But I haven't cast it yet today because I was waiting for this moment. I'm gonna go ahead and cast Glibness.
Okay. I figured that's what you were saving it for.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's in my notes somewhere too. Yeah.
I swear to God, it's in here somewhere, but I cannot find it for the life of me.
But yeah, at this point, Aaron's just going to excuse himself and leave
Okay.
because he doesn't really have anything to do with the art again.
All right. And if there's, and as long as somebody's amulet of telepathy is on, you can hear anything that's said. So.
Yep. And he's just gonna go find.
Go find Genzo.
Yep, he's gonna go find Genzo.
Okay.
You know, I know it's not the most important thing, but it just bothers me because I know I wrote it down and I can't fucking find it in my fucking notes.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, you know what? You don't remember either, so, you know, it works out.
yeah.
Alright, I cast Glibness and I'm going to look over to Azrael. How far does your little trick extend?
Well, as of now, it only applies to him.
I don't suppose you could step away for a moment here. I think Vivi has an understanding with me that I'm going to deal with him. I think I can loosen up his lips just a bit for us.
Understand, just, he's a slippery one. I wouldn't let him get his hands on any sort of mana potion or anything like that.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that.
But I can give you some distance.
Oh my God. I can find this thing.
Hey, Gavin, real quick. So, how long did it take for us to get from the other place? Would you say we at least got a short rest?
A short rest?
Technically, Aaron could have been sleeping on the back of Solomon the entire way.
I would say this, if you could have found, like, a cart to ride on or something, where as long as you weren't having to do any walking, then yes.
What about Aaron? Aaron technically said he has the
Yeah,
long
you
rest
would have had a
because-
short rest too. Just if you were walking the whole way there, then no. But
How do you do the percentile thing again? What would you say? 50-50?
for a percentile dice,
Yeah.
you right click on a D10 and click
No,
the
like-
percentage sign.
Like 51% chance I would have been able to find a cart.
Yeah,
If you
we'll go
want
with
it up.
that.
Okay.
Found it. Ha 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 ha. I knew I had it. Knew I had it.
Yeah, you. I mean, you know what? Sure, you found a cart. I mean, if you wanted to just ask somebody if you could ride on a cart, I don't see why anybody would have said no. So, sure. You might have had a body next to you, but I don't imagine Valastrios would have cared. So yeah, you got a short rest. Why not? Yes, you would be right, Sean.
Noah, I was in my notes somewhere, man. I got so many notes, guys. Y'all don't even understand. It's not even funny. All right. Yeah. So I would have everyone kind of step away for a moment, and then I'm gonna just kind of sit down, look Artigan in the eye. Looks like me and you are gonna have a little heart to heart, my friend. And then I'm going to just rear back and I'm gonna deck him across the face as hard as I can.
You do it. He looks up at you and says, "What is this about?"
Then I'm gonna just like walk up. I'm gonna grab the back of his hair and I'm gonna just sucker punch him in the stomach. And as I I'm gonna bring him into the ear. You have no idea how badly you fucked up. You're lucky I'm here to bail you out. May the hands of fate always guide us.
Where did you hear that?
Deck him across, and I'm gonna punch him in the stomach again. That is not the time. If you want to survive this, you better fucking play along.
His grimace of pain changes for a second as he just starts laughing, and it's just you have no idea the shitstorm that you've just stepped into.
Yeah, I'm gonna punch him again. This time, I'm just gonna bring it in so only he can, I'm saying it in his ear so only he can hear it. Zerkarios sent me out here. I didn't know you were a part of us. And if you think your clone is gonna get you out of here, they know about that already. If you want to survive, play the fuck along.
Make a deception check. Yeah, I believe a 29 will work. Wait. Zerkarios sent you.
Zerkarios sent me to investigate Vivi. I didn't know that there was anybody else out here with us. Look, here's what's gonna happen, and here's what you need to do. Play along, act like I broke you, and I'm gonna actually reach up, and I'm gonna start to pull on one of his fingers until it snaps. I'm gonna break a finger.
He shouts out in pain. Is just ah.
You have to act like I broke you. You have to answer the questions. I can control the information afterward. I can deal with Vandalore. But you have to act like I broke you. And for the love of God, if I cast a spell on you to get you out of here, don't resist it.
I understand.
Yeah, I'm gonna deck him in the jaw again, as hard as I can.
What's wrong with you?
He begins. You hear him start just talking, almost to not to you, not to anybody, as he's saying, "Yes, my lord. I understand." He looks over at you and says, "I've just convened with my master. Nice try, Mr. Belrook."
Never heard the phrase compartmentalization? I guess you're not high enough to know.
I know what my master just told me. And I will play along, only because my master has informed me to do so. But I will tell you this, after I have answered your questions. Make no mistake, you will allow me to leave. But only because it's what's good for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and break his entire shoulder.
Okay. You do it. And he shouts out in pain again. It's, "Ugh!" He looks at you and says, "Wouldn't it be a shame if that uncle of yours were to find his way into one of those raptor races? I've heard that lately he's been walking with a bit of a limp. I imagine he can't run very well, can he?"
you better be very careful about what you say going forward here. Very careful.
I hear you've got another acquaintance of yours. Oh, what was his name? Oh, that's what it is. Wilhelm. I believe he's on his way to port right now. However, that technology of his can be rather finicky sometimes. Would be a shame if he didn't make it.
Okay. Let's do this.
My character with an earshot.
Yes. Well, because of the amulet of telepathy.
I was like, if I am anywhere near him, I will deck him.
Okay, you do it.
Aaron's gonna stop.
Fuck, well.
Aaron's gonna stop, do a 180, and start really quickly walking back to him.
He looks
Guns
over at
drawn.
he looks over at Philia and says, "Oh, I see I've struck a nerve, haven't I?"
Okay. Here's how this is going to play out. Because now...
Is he within 250 feet of me?
Yeah, he is.
I'm warp shot, and as I warp shot, I'm pointing it directly at his foot, and I'm gonna come in with the warp shot and deck him, like full on, boom, and then deck.
You hit him again, and he just starts laughing even more, like, "This is too good. This is better than I expected. However, you will not take my life from me this day, if any of these lives matter to you."
I put my guns up to his head.
Aaron, I'm 100% with you, but let's leave him alive for the moment.
Alright.
Hey, Vivi,
Promise he dies.
I'm sorry, not Vivi. Hey, excuse me, Commander, we're ready to get started here. Now, Artigan, here's how it's going to play out. You answer questions, we'll see what happens. You lie, that's not going to work in your favor. You say anything else about Wilhelm or my uncle, I'm going to cut off part of you. And I'm going to go ahead and bring out Antithesis, and I'm going to just make it into the sharpest dagger I can. And I'm going to go ahead and just put it right on the top knuckle of his pinky, on whatever hand it didn't break.
And
Make an intimidation check.
with advantage, because Aaron still has the guns to
Yeah,
his head.
both.
He hasn't moved.
Because you're being helped, you can make it with advantage.
That is a
Double
25, because it goes to 15 with glibness.
Yep. My master has informed me to play along, so I will do so.
Commander, if you would.
Of course, Lieutenant Belrook. You were wanting him to kind of leave you with him?
Yeah, for the moment. Now, this is everybody's kind of already gotten back in here, so let's start the show.
He takes his leave.
No, I'm saying everybody come in like we did the thing.
Okay.
So
Gotcha.
now I'm
So-
calling for everybody to come back in so we can deal with him as a group.
Azrael comes back in as well, and you notice when Azrael, he walks back over behind Artigan, and he kind of places his hand on the back of Artigan's neck. You hear like a shink, and you see a small little drop of blood trickle down the back of his neck. He's like, "Ow, that was not necessary." And Azrael just says, "Just covering all my bases."
So apparently, our friend here's been in communication with his master. So,
Can I cast a spell real quick?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go ahead and start casting Private Sanctum.
Okay. What's the casting time on that?
10 minutes.
You got it.
Oh, Aaron's going to use his last level 3 spell slot, and he's
Yep.
going to cast Hunter's Mark
Okay.
on Artigan. 8 hours of continuously, if Artigan fucking disappears,
You
I
can
can
track
track his ass.
Can I tell everyone that we should begin after I finish this ritual?
You can tell them whatever you want to.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna say. Once I finish, then we can begin. So
how
I'm
long
just
do you
gonna-
need, Velastrios?
10 minutes.
Yeah, I think we can do that.
Okay.
He looks up and says, I don't suppose it would be too much to ask for a glass of water.
Aaron's gonna pull. Oh, do I have one? If I have a water
You have a
pouch,
water skin.
he's gonna take his water skin and just pour it on top of his head.
Oh,
put it
thank
back.
you. I feel so much more refreshed.
You're welcome.
Yeah, if we just want to fast forward 10 minutes, man, I'm good
Yeah,
with
we
that.
can fast
Yeah.
forward 10 minutes.
Alright,
So your
cool.
private sanctum comes up. You want to tell me what it does?
Everything.
Everything. Okay,
Yep.
noted. Everything.
Nothing can teleport into or out of planar travel is blocked. Any type of divination magic is blocked. Anyone trying to view inside from outside, even if they have dark vision, they are prevented from seeing through it. Sensors cannot appear from divination magic, and sounds cannot pass through the barrier at the edge of the warded area.
Oh,
People
man.
can walk
Okay.
into it, but
Should have
it's
done that
just
before we got this whole thing started.
Well, you never said anything, and I wouldn't have.
I don't know what you
Yeah.
can do, Mr. Super Wizard
told
Man.
everybody to leave.
Super Wizard Man. Come on now.
Told everybody to leave.
Alright.
So I assumed that Velastros and Dorian walked out.
He
So,
looks over at you, Velastrios, and he says, I don't know if you believe such magic would prevent me from communing with my master, but he is above such restrictions. And I know not what your attachments are. But
so-
we will find them, and
I'm
you
sorry.
will lose it.
So, two things are going to happen. One, I have a question. Cilio's in the room with us, right? Because I would have had her with me.
Yes, she is. So she can tell if he is lying.
Okay, I will just raise a quizzical eyebrow to Cilio to see if that was true, what he just said.
He is correct. He is still able to convene with his master.
Alright. Hey, Artigan, who is your master?
The master of knowledge. The one who controls the fates. The one who leads this world through ages of prosperity and protects it from the ages of darkness.
Oh, so you're talking about Zeos.
No, I am not speaking of Zeus.
Well,
He is a pseudo-god by the name of Relicanter. Currently vying for domain over knowledge. And I only tell you this because he wills it, because he believes disclosing this information to you will lead him into a more advantageous position regarding your group.
have I ever heard of Relicanter?
You have not.
Not even with all my arcane history or anything like that?
No, none of you have.
Okay.
But I'm double proficient.
His name isn't one that's been widely spoken about.
Well, he can't be that powerful there. I mean, none of us have ever heard of him. And we're the Seven Deadly Sins. Now we even have one of the
That's
Magi
because
here.
he wills it.
Right. Yeah. You could also have some hobo Joe down the road that none of us have ever heard of, so he's on the same level as that guy then.
You may believe whatever you wish to believe. In fact, I would prefer you continue along this asinine mentality. It will
As soon as
make
he says
easier.
asinine, I'm gonna go ahead and chop off a knuckle from his pinky.
Oh,
Oh, he starts screaming, just "Ugh! Ugh!"
You see, this is gonna be a little memento I'm gonna keep from our time together, and I'm gonna put it in my scry bag.
Okay,
take both pinkies and put them in the earrings.
take it to a taxidermist.
Put that in my little scry bag. Now that also means I can know where you are at any time. Oh, actually, I already had a lock of hair from him, apparently. Well, no, I also have a pinky. Lock of hair from
If
Artigan
my-
and his pinky.
He
We'll say
says
it's his
this
left
through
pinky.
gritted teeth, just fighting through the pain. If my master wills it.
I mean, it seems like if your master wants you to play along here, he was all set for you to go ahead and get chopped up into Swiss cheese here, so... I don't know. Does that mean your master wants me to go ahead and keep on cutting you? Because we can do that too.
Let me
So
ask
is
you a
my-
question. if you want someone to construct a desk for you, you go see a carpenter. When the carpenter constructs said desk, who obviously has more knowledge of woodworking than you, do you question his methods in constructing this desk?
Well, yeah, if it's a shoddy looking desk, sure.
I do not question my master because it is his domain.
Well, then you are going to have some buyer's remorse. Next question. What does Relicanter, what does he want with us?
Relicanter.
Oh, I'm sorry, whatever. Riri. What does Riri want with us?
He wants you to stand down.
Oh, he does?
He has told me to warn you that if you continue on your path, you will lose everything.
Okay.
Aaron's gonna fire his gun to the side, a hot barrel against his neck.
I've already told you what happens if my life ends.
So I'm just going to throw this at you here. Maybe you can figure it out since you're such a smart guy. I'm assuming you're talking about standing down between this whole riffraff tiff between Eos and Zeos, right?
Relicanter wishes to make them simply pawns in a game. He believes that playing along with whoever is on the winning side can,
Okay.
can
See,
lead to a better age.
Here's the problem with that. You're saying if we don't stand down, we lose everything. If we don't stand down and Zeos decides to take over, we also lose everything. So, not really seeing the incentive here, my man.
Relicanter will take care of it. When you have domain over knowledge, you begin to see a web that forms through all of creation and all of existence. One end of the web connects to another. When one strand vibrates, the others do as well. All this simply means is that he can follow the vibrations.
Okay, we're not going to talk in riddles here because honestly, I don't think anybody has the patience for that. So let's go ahead and get to the solid information, not webs and riddles and vibrations. I'm a simple guy. I like to go ahead and eat my cotton candy and swing a giant dildo around. I don't need all the poetry. So why don't you go ahead and tell me this? What is Relicanter's plan? What is it that he wants us to do aside from just standing down?
Relicanter wishes to unify the nations. Why do you believe it is that for so long there has been no major wars between the various established kingdoms? There was the unification war between the elves and the Ganassi, but there has not been one since. Every other battle, war, or skirmish has always been from some rogue faction, and his influence does not extend there.
Well, here's the thing: if his influence doesn't expand there, then how do we know his influence expands as far as Zeos and Eos? How do we know he can deal with him?
Because he controls the web.
See, that's where you're talking too much and too boldly. This web you speak of, how do we know it exists? See, from what I understand, there's only one way a god can die, and that's from another god killing him. But unless it's a over god, I'm pretty sure your little under god that you worship or whatever, it's not powerful enough to kill another god.
He has not reached godhood yet. He is a pseudo-god, meaning he's beginning to gain divine abilities. He has unlocked the key to
That's even
ascending
worse.
to the divine. If we just simply allow him to gain divinity over the domain, he can
That's-
save us.
That's that's funny. You have to become a god to do that. No, see, that's where your little demigod, whatever he is means nothing at all.
He basically sounds like an unpaid intern that wants to run the company. Like, I'm tired of getting everybody's coffee. I want to be the boss.
Sounds right.
He has
What I did-
successfully guided the nations into peacetime for millennia.
Let me ask you this. Your little Riri man, is he the one that ends up running the Hands of Fate?
None other.
So why don't you tell me about the Hands of Fate here, my man? What exactly is it that they're trying to do, aside from unify everybody by causing mass destruction everywhere?
We simply trust Relicanter's wisdom. For it has been tested time and time again. We keep the nations out of each other's business. That is all.
Right, and how do you think that's working out, considering, I don't know, there's been dragons and ley lines getting destroyed, armies of undead everywhere. I mean, you see this with the Lich. You were a part of that fight too. The only way that we were able to win this fight was for their unification, not being separated.
Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion. That's a 30.
You see kind of him scrunch his eyebrow, and at that time it's almost as if you sense doubt. He looks at you and with a bit of a stutter replies back and says, how do you argue with one who knows everything? How? Answer me that.
Just because somebody knows everything doesn't mean they're not going to destroy a lot of things along the way. All you're doing is helping him attain his goal. Doesn't mean it's going to be something that's best for you, for your family, or for anybody else. The man that knows everything is the man that I would probably trust the least. Because that means whatever they have you along for the ride for, you're just a puppet.
Now, did he say how do you argue with a man that knows everything?
He did.
Oh, well, Valastrius would speak up when he says that and say, you contradict yourself. You have literally just used an omnipotence phrase with that of a man. These are two impossibilities. No man can know all things. If you are not born as a god, it rarely becomes such. You worship a false prophet, brainwashed and delusional.
Are you not familiar with Kelemvor and Cyric? Both are gods who attained divinity that were once mortal men.
I am familiar with them, but yet they did not gain their power through just mind controlling people. They earned their power. They killed for their power. They had the respect of the gods, and the gods favored them as such. So how do you expect to ascend to godhood if no god gives you their power?
How has he already attained the rank of pseudo-god? I know not. All I know is that he has tapped into an ancient
Who gave
ritual.
him that rank? Himself? Self-proclaimed?
I do not know. But I do know divine blood courses through his veins, and that is all I know. I've told you everything I know.
So now you are an expert on the divine and their blood.
I've told you everything I know.
Artigan,
Which is absolutely nothing.
to be honest, you're blindly following somebody that is trying to bring destruction. Do you not understand how that doesn't make sense? You want us to halt what we're doing when we're the people that just destroyed the Lich. We made that possible for him to continue on doing whatever it is he's trying to do here. And he wants us to stop? If he knows everything, then he wouldn't have to try and get involved with us. That means he's scared of us. That means he is not as
predicted
powerful.
your success. How do you explain that?
Because a lot of people predicted our success. Vivi predicted our success. That doesn't mean he's all-knowing. That means he has common sense.
Because here's the thing, we're, like we said, we're the 7 deadly sins. We've gone into championships about battles that the gods put on that we won our first time around. Betting on us to win is very easy to do.
I've told you everything I know. And he winces as he's about to say this next sentence. Please don't remove a finger. But I must reiterate, my master will see to it that certain things happen upon my demise.
I'm going to
Mhm.
pistol whip him in the jaw and like trying to knock teeth out.
Alright. You do it, and he spits out some blood and about 2 teeth.
So, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take out some paper, and I'm gonna take out a writing utensil. I want you to write down the names of everyone you know that is in the Hands of Fate.
For the first time, my master has instructed me not to do that.
About to lose another finger, my friend.
I'm gonna pistol whip him again.
Both of you guys make intimidation checks with advantage.
This is fun.
That's a 25.
Can I
I
cast
love
detect
bludgeons.
magic?
Hold on.
Yeah, you can cast detect magic.
All right, cool.
So,
All right,
what are you
so
looking
look,
for? I mean,
in detect magic, it specifically states that I can use my action to detect a faint aura around any visible creature. So that bears magic. So is there like anything like could I ascertain if I could sever a telepathic bond with him?
let's. No, not really.
So I don't think that there's something like that going on.
You imagine there is some sort of telepathic bond.
But he doesn't have any magical items on him or anything?
He does. His staff is magical, but that not currently in his possession. That's cast off to the side.
Yeah.
He says, "Okay, I will write. I will do this. Just if you doubt my master's divinity, at least consider the fact that he is able to commune with me right now, when no magical means should be able to penetrate this. Only the divine are capable of that."
Hey guys, who's breathing into the mic?
That would be Tony. Actually, I was just looking at that.
My bad.
That's not good, man.
I had my hand on my chin and I was like looking at spells and like reading over a couple things. I'm really concentrating over here. My bad. And Brandon, you should not be calling out anyone, you bastard. Answering your phone, having a whole phone conversation across. Fuck yourself.
Listen,
Hey,
listen here. I had the people that are staying at my house call me for reasons, so don't even.
Let me ask you this, Art, again. What's more important to you at this point? Following Relicanter? Or maintaining your family? And I mean your family with the Necrolites? With your niece Mithra and her daughter? You lose everything here by following the path that you're on. Is that really worthwhile to you?
I will cooperate with you. I believe it stands to warn you that the same statement could be made for yourself and the rest of your companions. All of you. I've seen Relicanter destroy lives. If it means him, if it benefits him, he does it. You continue on the path you're on. Nothing or anybody you care about is safe.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but if we don't do anything, nothing or anything we care about is safe either. Zeus will destroy everything.
Relicanter wishes for you to continue with your mission. He just wishes for you to not interfere with him.
Well, the fact that he had to wait until we caught his little puppet to even say anything to us kind of goes to show how much of a coward he can be. Because to be
he did
honest,
not view you as a threat.
right.
That is why.
Which means he doesn't know everything. Because if he did, he'd have known that we were a threat long before now. Go
At
ahead and
this
fill out
point,
that list.
He starts doing so, but at the moment that he's filling out this list, you do notice starts like letting out some uncomfortable grunts and yells like "Ugh, ugh," as you notice like some blood begin to trickle out of one of his ears, and he says, "His voice is overwhelming. It's overwhelming." And he continues like panic, like scribbling out this list. And eventually the grunts go quiet, and he says, he's still conscious, but he notices he definitely has some heavy breathing. There is one name on this list. When you're reading over the list, you notice the triumvirate is on this list. All of the names where Zakarioth, and he I guess out of habit also wrote down what was the vampire dude's name back in Sea Shroud?
Oh, the Baron?
Oh, wait.
Um,
I took notes on this. That's the wrong book.
back in Sea Shroud, not the Baron, the one from back there.
Baron von Streiss.
No, it's not Baron von Streiss. You already fought the guy.
Damn it.
The vampire that we rescued?
No, the guy you fought back in Sea Shroud, who was he had the hand of Vecna.
Oh, Archon Valdonis.
Yeah. So, but there's one name that he writes down, and it's that one. He looks back at you, and he almost with a smile, he says, "You should be disappointed in yourself, Lieutenant Belrook. Really? A Drider silk scarf, and that never seemed suspicious to you."
Wait, are you making fun of my scarf? Because I happen to like this scarf. So that was the guy that I took the scarf from?
Yeah, his name was Lakoth.
Interesting. Yeah, we always try to figure that out.
That never struck you as suspicious that he had a Drider silk scarf, exclusively found in the Underdark, and that never even raised an eyebrow.
I mean, a man with fine taste could get things shipped in from all over the place. And you don't talk trash about me. What do we want? Let's go ahead and play this thing. This little piggy went to the market. This little piggy stayed home.
Look, I've told you
This
everything.
little piggy has roast
I've
beef.
cooperated with you.
Can I just go ahead and cut his tongue out? This is getting really annoying.
We might need to
Azrael
get some
looks and
answers
says,
from him later, but...
I have a way to keep him contained. Let's just say you might want to put some shackles on him if I were to do so. He might become a little corrosive, more so than usual.
One quick question. Artigan, is there anyone else in the Necrolites that is affiliated with Rolicanter or the Hands of Fate?
Just myself, I swear.
Cilliel?
He's telling the truth, though there's more information he's not letting on.
Oh, Artigan. Come on. We're all friends here. Look. You know what? I'm going to let you give yourself the thumbs up, and I'm going to go ahead and start sawing off his left thumb, and I'm going to need you to expand on that question.
I had plans to bring Mithra into the fold. It has not occurred yet, however, and she was to be manipulated and to be made another one of his servants. It has not happened yet. That is all. That is the only connection, I swear.
Interesting. Very interesting. Well, anybody else have any other questions here?
Now, you have to let me go. I've already told you what the stakes are.
Well, no, we're not done here. I just didn't know if anybody else had a question, because now I'd like to know how it is that you know all about my uncle, or Wilhelm.
Relicanter has told me he has eyes everywhere. You have already come into contact with some of his scouts. I don't know who they are. Information is limited for this very reason among his informants.
Wait, so that means you don't even get to know anything and you follow this guy? Oh, alright again.
It is for a reason. It is so, in case of interrogation, I am not able to give the information because I don't have it.
Right, but you gave up everything for this. I can't believe someone so smart can be so stupid at the same time. I'd like to know what contacts you have in Angaria.
Make another intimidation check.
Yeah, because I'm sawing on his thumb as I'm saying this.
Very smart.
All right, so that's a 28. We have him make a wisdom with a disadvantage. No, I'll just do a regular wisdom if you can resist fear. Oh, that's actually 25, but still doesn't pass. So he looks and says, We've had some transpondence with Mr. Gilderoy, but he would not agree to work with us.
Well, of course not. It's Gilderoy. Gilderoy doesn't work for anybody but himself.
We have agents not within the Dark Suns, but we do have agents within the House of Chance. An individual by the name of, and this is me checking my notes. Where did my
Me
little
checking
book
my
go?
notes. I don't think we've come across that guy yet. We must find him. Hello.
While you're checking your notes, there was something else, because he already kind of said, but I just want to double check. The Triumvirate was just 3 people, right?
Yeah, it was just 3 people.
Okay.
Now we're currently consisting of 2.
Yeah, Erevan Moonwhisper, who I burned his house down, because I'm that kind of guy, and Ivelios Silverfrond?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, yeah.
Sounds legit to me.
Yeah. Don't worry, guys. Note Keeper here is back on track. Took me a while to, shake off the rust, but I'm back in the game.
Oh, wait. Oh, you're finally back in the game? Damn. Took you long enough.
Right?
So he looks at you and says, the current transpondence we have within the House of Chance is a half-orc by the name of Rondel. He is the one who is currently keeping an eye on things. And now he is probably going to die, because once Mr. Gilderoy catches on that there's a mole in his organization, I imagine his fate will not be too pleasant. But since we've had this conversation, he now knows that he has been ratted out.
African has a chance. Okay. One last thing that I have for you. Tell me about Ivelios Silverfrond. I know he's a part of the Triumvirate, but I want to know who he is. Because basically at this point all I have is a name. That's it.
Ivelios Silverfrond. He was a cleric in service to Torm. However, his delusions of grandeur, his own perversion of the teachings of his deity, of this with thirst for power, led him to this path. Led him to the hands of fate. All I know is that he is currently in transpondence with the Drow within the Underdark. He is there right now. And that he is powerful.
Right, and what does he look like? I'd like to know.
White hair, black
A
skin.
A gentleman of elven descent. Gray skin. Red hair. Likely has some drow lineage himself.
Okay. And I don't suppose Relicanter would like to introduce himself a little bit more formally with us, does he? Want to actually have a nice little conversation, tell us about himself, say what his hobbies are, maybe what he looks like.
You will meet him soon enough.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
Though I must warn you, your operative is not as safe as he believes he is.
And which operative might that be?
I believe he goes by the name of Varketro.
Right, and then as soon as he does that, I'm going to finish chopping off his thumb, and then we're going to start walking back with the group. So I'll add that to the list. I also have his left thumb.
Yes, you do, as he is screaming behind you as you begin to walk out.
I'm gonna put a bullet in his shoulder as I walk out.
Alright, at this point, I'm just gonna say he's taken enough damage to go unconscious. But yeah, you do it, and he gives into the pain and collapses.
Alright. Commander?
At least I didn't cut the tongue out. I could have
All he does is he walks over to him, puts his hands on him for a small lay on hands, and he wakes up, and then you see Azrael just mutter an arcane incantation, which you recognize as a feeble mind, and immediately you just see Artigan just
That's such
basically
a good
snarling
spell,
like a
man.
dog.
I wish I'd been able to get that to work more. Yeah. So, I will turn back to Vivi and address him. Commander?
Well, Lieutenant Belrook, this has been most fruitful.
It has, but also a bit concerning. We have an enemy that has no face, but is able to speak and know everything that's going on. That seems like that could be a bit of a challenge.
I believe it's a challenge that can be handled appropriately. All you simply have to do is give him the information that you want him to know, lead him into a trap. I've done it many times.
Do you have any suggestions on how to approach this? Because I have people that I need to make sure are taken care of after what he said.
I would merely develop a threat, make one obvious. Well, this threat merely exists as subterfuge for the greater threat. With a plan, and let him know the plan. Make sure he knows the plan. All the while developing something far more sinister.
Well, unfortunately, I haven't really been able to take the time to develop a plan. I've been too busy having to try and follow Reiner and put out the fires that we need be all over the countryside.
I think you've earned yourself a well-deserved rest, Lieutenant.
Well,
There's no threats currently that you must deal with.
actually, is there any way that you can get word to Angaria? I mean, I think Gilderoy would like to know that he's got a mole in there. I'm sure you have a means of getting in touch with him better than I could ever try and get a hold of him. That, and I have a couple favors to ask. I actually have a job that Rainer sent me to get in touch with you about, but also, is there any way that somebody can make sure that my uncle's okay?
I will have someone check on it immediately, thanks to our newfound arcane might within the Dark Suns.
You got real quiet there, Gavin.
I was like,
Like you sound like
Oh,
you're
my
a mile
bad.
away from the mic. There you go.
He says, thanks to the Dark Sun's newfound arcane might, I believe this can be much more easily dealt with. Azrael can likely assist you in this. But
Alright.
yes, your uncle will be taken care of, and his safety will be assured immediately upon arrival, as well as we will get word back, and he will be taken to Tempest Keep for safekeeping.
Thank you, sir. Once I make it back to my belongings, I actually have a letter that Rainer sent me to give to you, depending on how things played out here. I'll make sure I get that as well, but that's something that we can discuss later.
Of course. Now, Lieutenant, you and your companions have been through quite an ordeal. Have some food, have some drink. Relax, enjoy your victory. You deserve it.
Thank you, sir. At your leave. I'll excuse myself.
All right. He gives a salute and takes his leave.
Yep,
So,
Aaron's leaving to go find Ginzo.
okay.
Yeah, I feel that was a lot of me talking there. I'll let everybody else do their thing, and then I got some
Yeah.
stuff to do, but I'll go ahead and pass the torch here for a bit.
So, you find Genzo, and he's doing exactly what you would expect Genzo to be doing, smoking a cigar and pounding down some shots.
Well, Ginzo, do you mind if I join you? It's been a long day.
Sure, pull up a stool. I don't suppose you'd leave if I said no.
I mean, I would if you wanted me to.
I'm fucking with you. You're good.
Alright, cool. I sit down and grab a shot. Fuck, man, that was something else.
Yeah, you still look like a shit stain, not gonna lie. You know, there's some hot springs around here. Might I suggest a bath?
Well, here's the thing. If I drink now, then bath later, I won't smell like alcohol later.
Yeah, but then you don't smell like shit sitting right next to me.
All valid.
Well, does anybody have, anybody around here have prestidigitation? Anybody can fix this? No?
Am I anywhere near them?
You could have followed him if you wanted to.
Sure, yeah, I'll go ahead and follow them.
Yeah.
I'll giggle and then
So suddenly you feel a lot cleaner.
you'll-
Your clothes is no
Thanks.
longer stained with blood.
Thanks, Philia.
Look,
Appreciate it.
it was a bit comfortable.
You still feel like shit, but at least you don't look like it.
That's important. Looks are important.
Yeah. Is this better, Ginzo?
Yeah, that's better.
Alright, good.
I'm still there, but I'm gonna walk to the other end of the bar.
So he actually looks over at you and he says, "So, tell me, what's the deal with that pistol you carry around? I've noticed it. It's a nice looking piece, but I've never seen anything like it."
I pull it out, cowboy style, spin it around my finger and grab the barrel
Make a dexterity
and
check.
hand it to him. Okay.
I was serious. Make a dexterity check.
Oh shit. Fuck.
You do it, and when you do, you're just like, oh shit, you stumble and you just fucking drop your gun. And pick it up, try to recover, still looking cool. And he's like, yeah, real impressive.
I just hold the barrel and hand it to him and said, "Here, check it out."
He takes it in hand and kind of bounces it around in his hand a little bit. Says, yeah, it's nice, but you didn't answer my question. What is it? As he hands it back to you.
Well, I don't know if I'm supposed to say this or not, but it's a relic of Genesis. Like, beginning of time type shit.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Apparently it was from the gear of the first machine ever created. In time. Ever. Like, it was a machine that created the Earth type shit. Really crazy, fucked up shit.
Yeah, I'm still not following.
Okay. The gear on the gun was from the beginning of time when a god made a machine to build the world that we stand on.
Big and
They
Ah,
decided it was too powerful and destroyed it. But this last cog that's on the gun right here is the last piece, which is powering the gun to make it deadly.
I was just trying to see how many times I can get you to say that, right?
God damn it, Kenzo. Well, at least you know what it is now. What
Hey,
about
Tony? Question for you. What's Dorian doing right now?
That is actually a really good question because I'm typing up something for you right now.
Oh, okay. Anyway, you can continue. I was just wondering where he's been through all of it.
well,
Once I would have casted the spell and started interrogating that guy, Dorian would have left. He's not gonna sit there and watch somebody be tortured.
Okay.
so about this gun of yours.
Yeah, we'll build it tonight. Or tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Whatever.
Alright, tonight sounds good. I mean, I don't plan on sleeping much for the next couple weeks anyways.
Maybe you should. How about we do this tomorrow?
Yeah, probably. Well, I guess we should probably slam back drinks and drink ourselves to a coma and wake up in the morning at some point.
Now you're speaking my language. I was already planning on doing that.
Good. Shot for shot, let's go.
I'm already.
So yeah, that's what Aaron's gonna do. He's just gonna literally go and drink and conversate with Ginso for the rest of the night. Until they both pass out.
All right. So this is Oh, what is it, Tony?
So is there only like one bar, like where
Currently open, yes. There's other in the city, but they haven't reopened.
So would I be at the same place that Brandon's at, Aaron?
If you went to the only functioning bar at the moment in the city, then yeah.
Yeah. I would have grabbed up as many fellow brothers of the order to go out for drinks.
Okay.
And then after about the first round of drinks, Dorian will walk over to Aaron and Genzo, and he'll just say, "Hello, Genzo. Do you remember me?"
Well, what was your name again? Durian. Durian, right? Like the fruit.
Yeah, Dorian. Kind of like boring, because he's pretty boring.
The name's Dorian. Dorian Stormbringer.
That's right. Yeah, I remember you.
So he's gonna hold out his hand and hold like a bullet in his hand. He'll be like, "Do you remember when you gave this to me?"
I do.
And
Back in Sea
it is one of yours, right? And he'll put the bullet away.
I mean, I guess. Yeah.
All right, that's enough. And then Dorian will snap his fingers and have all 10 of the other guys that's with him grab Genzo.
All right. What the hell are you?
As soon as I do that, Aaron pulls both of his guns.
Think about what you're doing, dwarf.
Dorian, I want to play this. Dorian, step down.
So Genzo, I've already talked to Vivi. You're being held for the crimes against Sea Shroud, the tyranny, the murders, and participation in genocide.
I helped you overthrow them.
Ethereal form. Dorian, step down, or I will kill you all.
Aaron This isn't the place for your nonsense. He'll be held in court. He has a trial to go to.
This is, look, is this really the time for this? We just
Yes.
finished a battle.
Yep.
I'm telling you, dwarf. I'll get out.
No, you won't.
You don't want to play this.
Guards, strip him of all of his possessions.
When they start doing so, you hear him mutter a phrase, and he says, Illumais. And when he says that, you notice the silver canisters that he typically carries around his waist. They all drop from his waist and begin shining with like a bright.
I cast Hold
brilliance.
Person.
First, I'm going to need you to make a Constitution saving, see if you can still see him, as about 12 different flashbangs go off at the same time.
So, I'm going to use my final luck point to re-roll that.
And I'm going
So,
to shoot
15.
Singularity. As Genzo does that, because I know he's probably going to disappear, I'm going to shoot Singularity at the center point of all the guards.
Same thing as where Dorian couldn't see him to cast the Hold Person because it had already gone off. At this point, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw as well to see if you can still see.
You said Constitution?
Mm-hmm. Constitution.
Okay, give me a second. So when it says plus 11 plus 1, what does that mean?
So the reason it is a plus 11 is already because of the plus 1. That's why.
Okay, well I got a 30.
So you can still see.
Cool. Do I see Genzo disappear?
You see Genzo, he just begins hightailing it. You see him tap his feet together, activating Boots of Speed, and he is dashing out of the tavern.
I'm going to shoot, as he leaves, I'm going to shoot Singularity straight in the middle of Arterial Singularity in the middle of the fucking guards.
So you're going to attack all of the guards?
Please make dexterity saving throws for every fucking buddy within.
Strength.
Or strength saving throws. That's fine. They're probably going to succeed it.
Well,
but
alright,
as he
so
does that,
if he's making an
I'm
attack
fine
against
too.
all the guards, I'm going to attack him.
you cannot see. Can Dorian see?
He can still do it just with disadvantage.
Okay. Do I see Dorian try to attack me?
Yeah, you would see it.
Okay.
You said there were 10 guards, Tony?
Yeah.
And then after he, let's see how Dorian's attacking me, so he has to make an attack roll at disadvantage.
Alright, so what's the DC of your Singularity?
15.
It's only 15? Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7 of the guards succeeded.
Hold on. Against your spell DC, I don't know what my spell DC is. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, in that instance, your spell DC would be 8 plus proficiency plus intelligence. So it would be 18. But actually that goes up by 1 because you're in ethereal form, so it's 19. So that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them pass instead of 7.
Okay. And as he watches Dorian go to attack him, warp shot. 250 feet away.
You have to wait until he does the attack.
I know. After he does that, though.
At this point, if this is becoming what I think it is, then this is initiative.
Okay.
Can you clear the initiative tracker? Or the combat tracker?
And here's initiative.
Ophelia, are you in on this?
Oh. Hold on.
No. I'm just gonna watch this play through.
Shiziki, are you in on this?
Dude, I'm nowhere near that. I didn't go to the bar.
In the building.
You would hear this going on through the amulet of telepathy.
Yeah, but
Velasquez is there too, isn't he?
Yeah.
I'm just legit saying, okay, one more shot, please.
Yeah, I would not say I
So-
was heading to the bar because I was probably gonna do some other stuff. So I mean, like, yeah, I hear it, but I'm nowhere near where this is going down.
So, alright.
I'm just finding a map.
Yeah, and Genzo's currently running away, right?
Yeah, he is.
Alright, cool.
Let's see. I think this one works.
Well, we got to go a couple sessions without any PvP, so you know it's good to just roll back into
You know,
tradition.
it's a win at that point, right? I mean,
Hey, I mean, I didn't start it. Wasn't me. But if you're gonna attack me and all my bros,
yeah, this one will work. Sure, we'll go with this one. I'll just make my own entrance for it. So, Aaron and Dorian would be right next to each other. We'll just say this little area right here is the bar.
Yeah, I'd say I probably would have started heading back to my quarters because I had to write up that letter. So yeah, that I wouldn't be, unless wherever my quarters or my tent or wherever it is anywhere near that place. Like
So-
I'm nowhere nearby.
We can use this map, or we can just theater of the mind it. What would you guys rather do?
Theater of the minded, because
Alright,
I'm about
we're
to. It doesn't matter. It won't.
We're
be
just gonna
long.
theater of the mind it.
Yeah.
Dorian, because you were gonna attack back. You can do your attack. Well, I think you come in ahead of him in the initiative order anyway. So yeah,
Yeah,
you
He
do.
does.
So we'll just follow normal initiative at this point.
alright.
Starting with Dorian. Well,
So
no,
Dorian
Ophelia,
and me?
you can do anything. You can do something if you want to.
Oh no, I'm literally just counting shots.
Okay. More shots than usual.
Oh, absolutely.
So-
Just expedite. I'm going to get straight like that.
Okay.
It's one of those lovely days.
So, all right. Let's see. Do I go to the or do I do another music?
I don't think it's gonna last that long, man. I wouldn't worry about it. Let's just roll on into it.
All right. Yeah, let's just roll on into it. So, Dorian, you're making a strike.
Even if they fight, they're all busted to shit. Nobody's getting their hit points back. So I mean, the fight can't last that long, one way or the
Well-
other.
So that's Velasquez's initiative, so he should go first, right?
Yes, he should.
Okay. He's gonna cast Dominate Person.
Oh wait, I need to make Velastrios do a Constitution saving throw as well, because he would have been there.
He has True Sight. Does he still have to do it?
You can still be blinded if you have True Sight.
Okay. That's a 17.
Yeah, that doesn't pass. So Velastrios is currently blind.
Somewhat blind. He still has True Sight.
He has True Sight, but he also can't see. True Sight is still reliant on sight. So if that sense is deprived, then you still can't see.
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying. All right. Hmm. Then he will hold his action to cast a spell until he can see someone.
Okay.
Alright. And that's going to be him.
Ophelia, your turn.
She will use her action to take a shot.
Yeah, she took your action to take a shot.
I'm not even. I'm here, but I'm not here. I'm not in battle.
All right, all I'm gonna say
She's
is
gonna
if
take another shot.
we're gonna have PvP, let's keep it friendly. Okay. Nobody getting angry.
Oh yeah, it'll be friendly. Because it won't last long.
Okay.
It's friendly. You know, when someone dies, it's fine.
Yeah.
What?
All right,
Well, no one's gonna die because it's not gonna last long.
Dorian.
Alright, so first up, I'm going to use my Vow of Immunity to get rid of disadvantage, so I have straight attacks.
Okay.
So
Does it say you have to be able to see them to put a vow of enmity on them?
I believe it does.
that's a good question.
I think you actually have to see them to do that. You
Ah,
have to see your target.
let's see, where is my Relentless Avenger? Nope. Oh yeah, down at the bottom.
You do have to be able to see them.
All right, then I'll just attack him.
All right, attack with disadvantage. As you're kind of trying to aim at like the last place you remember him being.
That's the first one. That's the second one. And that's the third one.
That hits.
Yep,
Hit
third
with
one
your
on.
shield. So
That's the
you
third one
managed
hits.
to effortlessly duck out of the way of his longsword, but you forgot about the shield as you begin to drop your guard, thinking that you were safe after his flurry of attacks, when suddenly, ding! Right across the face.
Awesome.
So here's that damage. And then I'm going to use a smite on top of that. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
Do you have a 4th level slot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then there's the smite.
All right.
Alright,
Shit.
yep, and that's gonna be it.
All right. Aaron, you're up. You are currently in melee.
Aaron's going to warp shot out the door. 250 fucking feet.
You have to see where you're warp shotting, don't
He
you?
does have to. He has to have a
I can-
strike.
And I
it
can
would be in
visually
a
see.
straight line. Yeah, you'd be able to see.
Straight line, just as far as it goes. 250 feet out the door. Gone.
He has to have a physical surface for his shot to collide with for it to work. So he couldn't like warp shot to like the middle of the air, for example.
No, he's gonna shoot the closest thing that he could possibly hit, like the furthest thing away, at 250 feet that he can hit.
You find a little clump of ground that you imagine is pretty close to 250 feet. Hit it, and I will have to ask you to roll to see if you misfire.
Oh yeah, of course. Give me a second to do that. I mean, with a plus 13, it doesn't really.
Yeah, it's just to make sure you don't misfire, which you don't. So you're good.
Yep. And Aaron's going to rope trick and disappear.
You've already used your action. Rope trick takes an action.
That's true. Yeah, fuck it. Bonus action. Fuck it. Bonus action. Drink a potion.
Okay. If you'll just roll for whatever potion you're drinking and subtract it from your inventory.
Yep, I got you.
All right, moving on. Solomon is still back at the bar.
Solomon's gonna continue to. Is just gonna kind of run out the freaking thing. It's like I'm talking. Bonus action, doesn't matter. Everything fucking dash.
So
Gone.
I'm trying to remember how many wounds Solomon would have. When you guys got there, somebody cast something on Solomon. Oh, you'd used a bunch of... Yeah, he was at full because you used a bunch of cure wounds and you poured some potions into him too.
Yeah, it was
So-
like fucking like get him up as quick as he fucking possibly can get up.
Okay. So Solomon does that as he just politely says to you, Dorian, pardon me, and runs on by. Are you gonna attack of opportunity?
No.
Okay.
But now that you mentioned attack of opportunity, when he fired his gun, I could have hit him, right? No, I'm just joking. So already way past that.
No, you couldn't.
I-
Even
I
with
know I
Mage
couldn't-
Slayer, it wasn't a spell, and he
Yeah,
didn't
you couldn't
physically
hit
anyone.
move out of your.
Yes, I
range.
can.
No, you can't. It's a gunshot. As soon as I shoot, I disappear and reappear.
Like
yeah,
Mage
but
Slayer
this is
wouldn't even
still a
work with that.
fantasy game, and I have
It-
Warcaster, Mage Slayer. Like, there should be no reason why
It's
I
not
can't
a
take an
spell.
attack of opportunity. It's still
It's
an
not a
attack.
spell.
Still an
It's not.
attack.
You wouldn't be able to do it because I literally vanish and then re-go. Like,
Now, if you had
instantly.
Sentinel, you could do it. But no, that still requires somebody moving.
Yep,
and it's
I
not
don't move.
considered movement when you teleport. That's one of the fine print things. That word movement. That the implications mean a lot for that word.
So who's after Solomon?
Velastrios.
And he can see Genzo now?
Ginzo's a good ways out the door. He's about
Dominate.
120 feet out of the door, out of the
Dominate
doorway.
person.
I take 45 points of healing.
Okay. Yeah. So, what kind of saving throw does Ginzo have to make?
Wisdom.
All right. That is. Yeah, he's gonna use luck on that one.
Of course he is.
I imagine an 18 doesn't make it though.
No.
All right, he is dominated.
And then Velasquez will tell him, come back. Get rid of all of your tricks and trinkets on your way back.
Somehow he's still able to look displeased while dominated. But he does it. However, he's not moving briskly. You didn't say run, you just said come back. So he's walking
No.
at a casual pace.
Enough for the other guards to get themselves back together and grab him, right? While he's taking
Well, he
off
was
all the
still
stuff.
120 feet out, and he had boots of speed on, so they probably couldn't get to him this turn, but next turn definitely.
Okay.
So, is that the end of your turn?
Yep.
All right, Philia,
Another shot.
what are you doing? Another shot. All right.
Take another shot.
By the way, Shiziki, you would hear this going on over the Amulet of Telepathy.
Yeah, I would probably start heading towards wherever Vivi might be.
Oh, it's not there.
Yeah, no, I would start heading towards wherever Vivi might be.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Yeah, you weren't far from Vivi, so we'll say next turn you'll make it to him.
Okay.
All right, Dorian.
Yeah.
Constitution saving throw to see if you can shake off the blindness. You're still blind.
Okay. That's cool. So I will cast Lay on Hands, or I will use Lay on Hands to get rid of the blindness.
I think you used all your lay on hand way down.
Nope. I got 30 points left.
You got 30 points left. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So you use your action, and yeah, you're able to cure yourself of the blindness.
And then he will bonus action Misty Step closer to Ginzo and then run the rest of the way over there.
You wouldn't quite be able to make it. He's
Yeah, of
still
course.
about 60 feet out from you, but yeah, that's what you're doing.
Okay.
Wonderful.
All right, Aaron. You teleported 250 feet out, but you now notice Actually, make a perception check so to see how much of this you.
Okay. Hold on. It takes a little bit. My computer's kind of lagging a little bit. You said perception?
Yes.
Okay. Yep, nope, I don't perceive shit.
Yeah. All you're doing is sitting there wondering, what's Ginzo doing? That's it.
Alright, I guess I'm just gonna sit there and freaking try to look for Ginzo and make sure I know where he is and in my sight. That's my action. Because I'm far enough. I mean, no one's around me, right?
No, but from the distance that you are from him, I'm gonna say just because of your role, you cannot tell whether he's walking back that way or standing still. All you know is that it seems to be his pace is not nearly as brisk as it was before. And that's all you're able to ascertain.
Okay, I'm just gonna scream out, Ginzo, you good?
He does not respond.
Oh, fuck. Solomon, go get Ginzo.
And he can do so on his turn as he says back to you, "Of course, sir."
And that's gonna be my turn, and I'm going to have Solomon run and dash to Ginzo, knocking him off his feet, kind of on, hoping that Ginzo lands on his back on the Solomon, and Solomon's going to continue to run.
Well, Genzo's following a command, so he's going to try to fight him on this. So I'm going to need Solomon to make an athletics check versus Genzo's acrobatics.
Okay, you want to roll that for me?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what Solomon's bonuses are to his athletics.
Yeah, I have no clue.
He gets a +4. So rolling a d20 for Solomon, adding 4 to it. Actually wasn't a bad one. That's a 22. Genzo rolling acrobatics. And then that's an 8 + 11 for a 19. Genzo tries to duck out of the way, but Solomon manages to kind of grab him in his jowls. And he's continuing on with Genzo.
All right, and he's just gonna keep running. Like I'm talking, like dash and just keep going as far away, and he's gonna take him to Shiziki.
Alright, well, if he's dashing with a movement speed of 50, or actually a movement speed of 60, he's able to get about 100. Let's see, he'd
have to use his action to grapple
Okay,
him, so he
hold
can't
on.
dash with
Oh
that.
yeah, he would. So all he can do is run.
Hold on.
He
Yep.
was
Let's.
He's running
What is,
to Shiziki.
what is Solomon's movement speed?
60.
Okay, so he's already gone and double dashed out of there, and then turned around and ran back.
We're talking on 2 different turns. On his first turn,
He ran
Solomon
out.
ran out. Genzo walked back. He made it about 30 feet back. Genzo was 120 feet out of the doorway. He walked back 30 feet, making 90. Solomon was already 60 feet out of the doorway, and then he managed to move another 60 and 30 feet into that, grabbing him.
Okay, so he can only. So Genzo is still 120 feet out. He just went back 30 feet. Well, no, since he's carrying somebody, he only moves at half speed.
Not if you're a size larger than the creature that you're carrying.
Because remember, Solomon's a large creature,
Okay.
and Ginzo would be a medium creature. So yeah, now he's gonna move his full 60 feet, and
No, he's already moved his.
He's
full-
moved
Yeah, no,
30,
he's-
used his action to grapple him, basically, and then he would use another 30 to carry, is what you're
He
talking
would be
about.
120 feet out of the doorway now. He got 60 feet out on his left.
so yeah, well he's going towards Shiziki.
I swear I'm trying to calculate all this as non-biased as possible.
Okay.
So, that's Solomon's turn. And now it's Velasrio's. And I should probably put Genzo in the initiative at this point, because he's going to keep trying to break out because he's being forced to disobey a command.
So, Gavin, going back to what you said earlier about casting 2 spells in one turn. Explain
All
that
it
to me.
says, so, there's actually no rule that says you can't cast 2 spells in one turn. But what it is that there is a rule that says if you use your bonus action to cast a leveled spell, that one of your actions must be used to cast a cantrip. However, if you have action surge, a fighter theoretically that has spell could action surge and cast 2 leveled spells in the same turn. And also, let's say you have a leveled spell that's a reaction. Since it's not your action, it wouldn't fall under the same restriction. The only rule that is that if you use your bonus action to cast a leveled spell, that one of your actions must be used to cast a cantrip. But let's say you had 2 actions, the other one could be used for another leveled spell. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
This really only applies, the only difference effectively is when it comes to reactions or when it comes to people with action.
Okay. Makes sense to me. Then,
I'm trying to get on that more time. Okay.
I think I'm gonna... No, that's, can't do that. Well, I think Velasius is just gonna tell Genzo to get back as fast as he can.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. Is that the end of Alastrios' turn? Would you like to hold a spell or anything?
No. He's just gonna get behind a little bit of cover, or get behind some cover and hide himself away.
All right. Philia, anything? Or pound another shot.
Taking a shot.
All right, Dorian. Constitution saving throw. See if you can. Oh wait, you're not blind anymore. Yeah.
So Dorian is going to run out after Genzo. How far away are they from him?
120 feet out of the doorway. We'll just say you're at the edge of the doorway now.
Okay.
Oh, I said
man.
next turn you would have made it to Vivi. After Dorian's turn, we'll go into how that would go.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna shoot Solomon with a harpoon gun.
Okay. What's the range on that?
I don't know. I'm looking it up right now. The range is 120 feet.
Is there a advantage and disadvantage
Yeah,
division?
yeah. The 120 feet is the disadvantage.
Okay. So yeah, you can make an attack, but with disadvantage at Solomon.
Okay. I don't think I have it in
What
my...
are the rules for grappling if the creature's one size larger than you?
None.
None. It's just treated how grappling normally works.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if I hit them, then they're automatically grappled with the grappling gun.
Yeah.
It's when they try to do stuff that they have to contest it.
Yeah.
It's a hit, so
Yeah,
he's grappled.
That's a hit. He's grappled. So he can't move away from you unless he manages to free himself. He can only move closer.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah, and then let's see. I think with the gun I can use my bonus action to move. Yeah.
To move them?
Oh no, I can plant it into the ground and detach the chain. Yeah, you may use your bonus action to attempt to pull the target towards you. As long as it remains impaled, the target is considered to be grappled. The target must make a strength check. So yeah, he has to make a strength check or be
Check or
pulled
saving
20 feet.
throw?
You put strength contest.
Okay, I'll say it's a saving throw.
Well, if it's a saving throw, then it's not a contest.
Oh, okay. I get it. It's like a competing. It's almost like
Yeah.
competing like athletics check.
Yeah.
But okay.
I got a 24.
And you got a 16.
So he is now 100 feet away.
Okay.
Do you want me to roll for damage from that?
Yeah.
Or okay.
You hit him with it.
So there's that, and then there's an extra 1 for the when I yank him. When I use this feature to yank him to me, he takes a 1d4.
Okay.
And then the harpoon gun. He also takes that too for the improved. No, that doesn't work with ranged weapons. Never mind.
No, it doesn't. Only if it's no. Improved Divine Smite, I think, is on a weapon.
I think it still only plays off of melee weapons.
I'm pretty sure it says on a weapon attack, but I can check really quick.
That all of your melee weapon strikes carry divine power with them. Yeah, it's only melee weapons.
Okay. Gotcha.
And
All right.
that'll be it for me.
Okay. Genzo, what kind of save does he have to make?
He
Wisdom,
actually,
right?
I looked at the spell. He does not make saves.
He
Yeah.
doesn't?
He is
He doesn't have to
dominated
save to
for
break
while
out.
Velastros maintains concentration. It's whenever he takes damage, he gets to make a new saving throw.
Okay. So, skipping his turn. Aaron.
Well, no, he has
Perception
to
check.
break free.
Oh, yeah, he has to try
Uh,
to break free.
So would that be a strength check?
No, that's an acrobatics check for Genzo versus Solomon's strength. Oh, and it's not looking good. Well, Solomon got a big ol' 7 and he got a 28. When suddenly Solomon, trying to hold on to him, Genzo twists and contorts himself and manages to break out. And he's going to use his bonus action to dash. By the way, when Genzo leveled up, I gave him levels into Rogue, so he can do that. So, yeah, he's gonna just all speed ahead, 70 feet, so he's now only 30 feet away from the end of the tavern. So that's his turn, and Aaron. At this point, make another perception check, but at this, not very high DC.
Well, quick intervention. Am I talking to Vivi at this point?
Sorry, I meant to get to you.
That's fine.
Before you
man.
take your turn, yes, you're talking to Vivi.
Yeah, I just Commander. Apparently,
Yes, Lieutenant.
Genzo and the Order of the Shield of Dorian are going at it right now. Apparently, you gave orders to have Genzo arrested, is what they're claiming.
I gave no such orders, but I did not contest.
Well, they're trying to assault Genzo right now if we need to intervene at the tavern.
I'll tell you what, we can intervene. but under one condition. If Genzo is taken into custody, I would like you to represent him. But the condition for that is in order to obtain your representation, Genzo must re-enlist with the Dark Suns.
I don't know how well Ginza would like that.
Genzo is not going to have a choice, and I am a businessman. It was very profitable to have among our ranks. If he wishes to maintain his freedom, that is what he will agree to. He will have no choice.
I'll pass the word along.
He must not be free. Cool. Fine.
And we'll start. I'm assuming he's going to follow me as we start to make our way towards the tavern.
Yeah, he's going to follow you.
All right.
So, Aaron, now it is your turn. Yeah, Vivi's a businessman. If he can get something out of a situation, he's going to do it. So, Aaron, perception. Oh, you already rolled it. Yeah, you see that Genzo broke out of Solomon's jowls and he hightailed it back. And he's only about 30 feet out from the tavern. You also note, imagine that a certain mage may have likely been responsible for it.
Yep.
How would he know
Where-
that?
Insight check. See if you would.
No, that's bullshit, and you know it.
I mean, why else would Genzo have hightailed it back to the tavern when he was just trying to escape?
You'd probably know that something was up, but I don't know if he. Well, I don't know. He knows
True,
Velastrios. It's a far stretch. I can see where you're going, but
You imagine that something's off. Fine, you don't know it's Velastrios, but you imagine something's off.
I would figure Velasquez because I know freaking Dorian can't dominate people.
Yes, he can.
But there's also other mages around. I mean, he's not the only one.
I dominate. No, I can command people to do stuff.
Oh,
Dorian's done
geez,
it
magic
multiple
made him
times
do
before.
it. That's what you know.
Yeah, well, because
But you do know that he did hightail it back. You saw that.
okay. Well, let's see what Aaron's gonna do. Hold on.
Oh, and you also notice that Solomon is currently impaled with a chain. You saw that too.
Yeah, there's also that. Let's see. Hold on.
And Shiziki, at the top of the next round, you and Vivi will be arriving back.
okay.
Hold on, I'm trying to figure out something. Hold on. Aaron's going to. You know what? Aaron's gonna pull out his. Yeah, he's gonna pull out his bow. And
Hey, Tony, I forgot to make you do something. You ran to the entryway. This wouldn't have kept you from firing the harpoon gun, but I do need you to make a strength saving throw. You would have been in Aaron's singularity.
oh yeah, actually it might, because if it does, his movement goes to 0.
Yeah, but he still would have been 120 feet away from him at the center of the singularity. He would have still been able to make the shot.
What am I making?
Yeah, strength saving throw. Against a DC of 19. No, you're good. You do, however, still take the. Oh wait,
He takes damage.
on a success.
Yes, he still takes the damage. Whether it succeeds or fails. The failing just means he goes to 0.
It's a D10, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, roll a D10.
And everybody else that's been in that for the past like whatever rounds, they're taking D10s too.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dorian's gonna take that much damage.
Okay. Well, Dorian's still conscious. No, you're not anywhere near the singularity.
Aaron's gonna shoot Ginzo with his bow.
He's gonna shoot him with his bow.
I'm gonna need him to make an insight or intelligence check.
Yeah, no. How much does Aaron know about magic? He doesn't know fucking
Yeah, I'm not
spells.
sure Aaron would necessarily be able to
Aaron
ascertain that shooting him.
Aaron has spells and he's proficient in Arcana.
So make an
Arcana
Arcana
doesn't mean
check.
you're master of spells.
Make an Arcana check to see if you would gather that shooting him with a
So
bow.
I'll even say this: I'm all for Genzo getting away here, but he doesn't know what's going on because he made an insight check and rolled a natural 1.
Huh.
So I don't, I
Yeah,
can't say he would know that Genzo's been dominated or what the
This
spell
is a tough one, but
And like, I'm all for Genzo
Yeah.
getting away here.
You know, it is kind of BS that Brandon's the only one that I told about I was going to arrest Genzo as soon as we got back here, and all of a sudden we get back here, and now he's all over Genzo's dick from the moment we start the game tonight. That's kind of bullshit too, and Brandon, you know it.
Here's the thing, I was gonna do
But-
that anyway.
No,
Here's
it's
the thing,
okay. No, it's fine. Yeah, keep going.
I'd
No, go ahead.
Ga-
Shoot your
Gavin,
arrow.
yeah, he had told me that he would do that.
I told Gavin
Yeah,
before.
no, go ahead.
tonight-
He
Make
was
your
already gonna
attack
be
roll.
hanging out with Genzo
Yeah,
like as soon as they got back before you ever talked to him. He told me he was gonna do that because he wants his gun made.
All right, so 29 for the Arcana check.
See, this is a tough one because. All right, I'll say. Yeah, you can do it, but Genzo's got a pretty high wisdom save he's got to make. So, yeah,
So
shoot him.
here's the other thing. I'll be honest. I mean, he already made the insight check, but your call. I also took a look at the spell. Genzo, whenever he does, he gets to make the save with advantage because he's fighting people
With disadvantage?
with advantage.
With
Because
advantage? Okay.
Yeah, because he's fighting the guys that are trying to put the spell on him.
Alright.
$27.
Yeah, that hits him.
All right.
However, I rolled a 2 and a 3 with advantage, so he got a big ol' 6 on his wisdom save.
Yeah, well,
So
I'm trying here. I'm trying to get freaking Genzo to get away, but he takes 26 points of damage.
Alright.
Yeah,
So
that's a lot of damage. I don't know why. So why are some of them green and some of them black?
what do you mean?
On my screen, some of them are black and some of them are green.
Green it means advantage. So that's why. Oh
I don't
wait,
know.
did you crit?
I only got a 15 plus 12.
It's showing that as
Don't tell me I crit with a bow at a 15.
no, you don't. I don't know. We'll figure it out later. But yeah, I don't know why it. Yeah, it's counting that you got a critical with your bow. We'll figure it. I'll just calculate it and we'll figure it out. He took 8, 11, 16 points of damage instead of 26 because that was not a crit. All right, what's Solomon doing?
Well, Solomon's I guess gonna try to get out of the fucking chain.
Okay, so
So-
it's an athletics check versus Tony's athletic. So Tony, you got to beat a 23 with your athletics check. Oh yeah, you beat the 23. Why do you have advantage on it?
I make all strength checks with advantage.
Oh, okay.
I thought you said. I
armor
thought
I've
you
just
said.
got.
Oh, the armor
Oh.
you're wearing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So no, he's still held tight. All right. Top of the round. At this point, Shaziki and Vivi, you're there, and you see this all transpiring.
Okay, can we break this up here, guys? I don't know what's going on exactly, but
I'm just gonna say we can just call the combat. It's resolved the way it's gonna resolve. Does anybody disagree?
I sure as hell do.
Yeah. So,
No disagreements here.
Okay. So combat over. Back to just pure RP. Genzo.
well, I don't want the spell to run out, but I do want him to be detained by the time the spell runs out.
Yeah, and he is. They take his equipment from him. They take his weapons.
Oh, my
And
bad.
yeah, and he has no possessions on him other than the clothes on his back, and even that was searched to make sure he didn't have anything in his pocket. So, and he eventually comes to, and he looks around and, well, motherfucker, you know I'm gonna escape, right? I always do. But sure, I'll play through this little charade. And then he looks over at you, Shaziki, and he says, "Hey, Shaziki, buddy, you're gonna back me up, aren't you?" Vivi just kind of nudges you. Ah, okay.
30 seconds. Right.
yeah, all right, yeah. Hey, Genzo, I got your back, my friend. But so apparently, Vivi, being Vivi, has decided I should represent you on the condition that if I do, you're going to be mandatorily re-enlisted back into the Dark Suns.
All right, Shaziki, that's bullshit, and you know it.
What also is bullshit is mass genocide.
I was doing a job, all right? I didn't
Yeah.
know what they were after. I didn't know what they were doing. They needed a hired hand.
So
And then
Dorian,
I helped you. Then I turned
Dorian
tail
looks
and helped
around
you.
and looks at all the other guys around him, and be like, "Does everybody hear that? Everybody's a witness. He has just confessed to his crimes of Sea Shroud."
What crime? I received a paycheck, and then I helped you kill the guy.
You also slaughtered innocent people in the streets.
He also helped us with probably the biggest war this history has ever known.
That's fine. But he will
So-
still answer his crimes.
It was a contract, and he helped us anyways.
It does not
This-
matter if it's a contract or not. You should still not go out murdering innocent people in the streets.
It
It's
wasn't
still murder.
innocent people. It was a rebel organization. From where I stood, they were the enemies.
And who decides? Who decides who is innocent? You, Dorian?
No, the people of Sea Shroud.
So are you saying because I attacked?
No,
Here's the
he'll
thing,
be
so
taken
because I
back
actu-
to Sea Shroud, and he will be tried by the people of Sea Shroud.
So are you saying I should be judged because I attacked you and Shaziki? And if that is what you're saying, then please, you can trial me. But I promise you, whether Ginzo goes to prison or not, I will be assured he will escape and he will get out. I promise you this one. Because Ginzo has done more right than he has done wrong.
At this
He has
point,
the right
Grand
to
Knight
withdraw.
Duncan is arriving, and he says, "I would watch the next words that come out of your mouth, Kalistar."
Gentlemen, everyone,
Listen,
please.
I don't
We
care
just
who
got
you
done
are. I
with
don't care who
one
any of you
war.
are. He just helped us in the most biggest war this history has ever seen.
No one's arguing.
So,
And Grand Knight Duncan says, "That may be true, but no amounts of good deeds, I do not believe, can counteract any bad ones. He deserves to be rewarded for his deeds here, but he should still answer for past crimes, assuming that they are true, and that is what a trial is for. If he is truly innocent, then he will walk free."
I hate to break it, but there's technically a point that he's making. We're not doing this by side. We're going to let the judge make his call. I'm sure with the amount of good that he's done, clemency, time served, he won't go away as long as he should for murdering people.
Yeah, and Aaron, if he goes, I apologize. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
Oh, I was gonna say if he goes to prison, he could still teach you how to build a gun if that's all you're worried about.
no, it's not. At this point, it's not what I'm worried about. At this point, his freedom is more important than anything else.
And what about the innocent lives of Sea Shroud?
They
Are
were
they not
part of an
important?
enemy
What about the
rebel
innocent-
organization.
What about the-
point? I mean, it doesn't matter.
Hey, can I walk up to Aaron? Sorry, I just want to. Sorry, I'm sorry. Go right ahead. This is why everybody's kind of getting into a bicker fest here.
Well, we're trying to do it simple.
Right,
It's
right.
not a thing.
This is amulet of telepathy off, I guess. Well, actually no, because Dorian doesn't. Well, I'll say it's off.
Right.
Let this go for
Dorian
now.
doesn't have one on.
I know, but Velasquez was a part of this apparently.
He doesn't have one either.
Oh, also true. Either way, fine. Yeah, I'm just gonna walk up to Aaron, just gonna say under my breath to him, just let this go for now. I'm with you, but not right now. There's too many people.
Aaron, does Shiziki have his mind ring on?
He has the equivalent.
No, but I have something that does the same thing now.
Well, he's gonna speak inside Shiziki's mind and go,
He can still allow you to speak in his mind. He could just also disallow it.
I'm gonna ping into Shiziki's mind. Listen, either way, whether it's a trial or not, Ginzo will go free. I make that promise.
Just let things happen for now, and I'll walk back over to Gigi.
So, Ginzo, will you re-enlist with the Dark Suns? If you do, I will make sure you are properly represented. He,
Fine.
under his breath, he just says, "Fine. Fine. 4 years. That's all I'll give you." Because like that is a standard enlistment. That's all I'm asking.
Well, hell, if Ginzo joins, I'll join too. And Aaron walks off.
Damn.
Kind of throws up a peace sign as Aaron just kind of goes, "I'll enlist too." And Aaron kind of throws up a peace sign and kind of goes, taps Genzo on the back and goes, "Don't worry, we got this." As he
And you
walks
go
off.
over, when you make a motion to tap Genzo on the back, you have about 7 soldiers who stand in front of you and block you from walking over.
I'll see you later, Genzo. Don't worry, we got this. As he just kind of walks off.
And for once, Ginzo has nothing to say. This is the first time you've seen him speechless. And at this point, Grand Knight Duncan says, "Well, if there's no further matters to discuss, we will detain him." As they force Genzo to his feet and lead him away. And he just looks back and says, "I'm counting on you, Shaz."
Velasquez will accompany Genzo and the guards, but Dorian wants to remark to Duncan and Vivi and Shiziki that he needs to speak with all three of them.
Okay. Yes, shield bearer. Speak your mind.
He'll give a gracious bow, and then he'll say, Commander Vivi.
Commander Valinor.
We don't call him that to his face.
Oh, everybody else calls you Vivi. I'm sorry. I figured that was your name.
Shiziki, do you ever call me Vivi?
Of course not, sir. Not at all, Commander Vandalore.
I thought so.
So, may we retire back to the main encampment so we can all speak in private? And Philia, your input is definitely important to us. Oh, and I will dislocate the chain.
Yeah, make a Constitution saving throw. Thanks for the reminder.
Well, then we will
And
just.
with your record of Constitution saving throws, you can roll like a 1.
Wait, didn't you develop some type of drunkenness skill? And
Yeah, I did. Make a drunkenness check.
Mm. Yeah, and you should have proficiency with a drunkenness skill.
Dude. Actually, you would. No, it actually is a skill. You would because of that amulet that you're wearing. I made a
What?
drunkenness skill. Yeah. So, yeah, you while you're wearing the amulet of the drunkard, you are proficient in drunkenness. So make a drunkenness check. I already gave you proficiency. It's in your skills.
Wait, how come Dorian doesn't have double proficiency in drunkenness?
You do.
Oh, okay. Let me go ahead and change that right now.
Nice. So you're okay. You're functionally drunk. But you're that nice comfortable drunk though. Exactly.
So, Philia, I just simply ask for you to be a witness. We have 2 members of each side, and we just ask that you be a witness.
So you make it back to the Jade Palace, and you find a room that you take it is likely meant for councils. The room's a little large for it to just be the 5 of you, but it's a nice private enough room.
So,
Yeah.
well, may I call you Commander V?
Commander Valinor. You may call me.
Valinor. I apologize once more, Commander Valinor, but I'm horrible with the names, so I might just refer to you as the Commander.
That
If
is
that
fine. I will
possible.
continue to call you Shield Bearer. I may occasionally call you Dwarf.
That is acceptable. I am both of these things. No, it's so. It wasn't from our conversation earlier, Commander Valinor. You said he was not associated with y'all, and now he is. And now y'all wish to represent him in the trial.
You must understand that I'm a businessman. I saw this as an opportunity to reacquire one of our more skilled operatives, as he made me a lot of money.
I understand that. Now, if he is indicted of his crimes, and he does go to prison, will his 4 years start while he's in prison, or once he gets out?
Once he leaves. It is years of service,
Starting today.
starting upon the conclusion of his trial, and if he is imprisoned, upon his release.
Oh.
He has not been working. He's not enrolled yet.
No, it was a promise. I understand. It makes sense to me. And Shiziki, you'll be representing your old friend? Yes, I
Sean?
will.
Yes, of course, of course. Sorry.
Stay a while. We'll listen.
Yeah. If that's what the commander would ask of me, and if Genzo wants me there, then I've got no reason to refuse.
Well, I'll have you know, he will be held in prison at Stormhaven until the date of the trial, which we will have to send a courier back to the other place to set up a trial.
There, he's holding trial in Sea Shroud. That's where his
Yes.
crimes were committed.
Yes, but he will be
But
held.
Grand Knight Duncan speaks up and says, "It would be impossible for us to hold him in Sea Shroud, as we have no power there. At least not at the moment. We still have some of our operatives there, but these people are their own independent kingdom. Who will be held where we can legally hold him, and that is in Stormhaven, until the date of his trial."
Okay, so his crimes are in Sea Shroud, but Sea Shroud is not charging him to bar. Is that correct?
No.
Okay.
They will be asked if they wish to press charges, but I imagine they likely will.
The members of Sea Shroud.
Right. Yes.
Or two.
The Order of Shield and Light has already spoken with the members
Some of the
government
general
that-
populace.
Correct. And some of the newly anointed politicians of the city.
I'm sure
Actually, that part is a negative, but
Oh,
the citizens wish to see him tried.
considering he is the only remaining member that we did not take down. Other than what's her name?
What's her name?
Shalice.
Yeah,
What is
Oh, yeah, Shalice.
which I think she's already in prison for.
She is.
Yeah, she's in prison. You
Where
would
is
actually
she in
know
prison?
the Forbidden Vault, and
Okay.
yeah, in
Yeah.
Stormhaven. She's not getting out.
Okay. But yeah, now Duncan, Grandmaster Duncan, allow me to be this carrier to speak with the council and set up a trial date. As me and Shiziki are acquaintances, we can travel there together to set this up for an appropriate time.
Dorian, you
So
do
what's-
understand we have a lot of other places to be.
All we have to do is just swing by. The trial date could be within weeks, months, years. It's all on their schedule.
Precisely, which is why I feel that it should be time to fill this person's agreement.
That's not our decision.
Well,
That
it's
goes to the
not
people.
the lawyer and the judge.
Celiel speaks up and says, "Well, if I might, based on my conversation with Shiziki, it seems as though you would likely be heading in that direction anyway, would you not?"
Is
Yeah.
Dorian looks perplexed.
I'm speaking out of turn and about matters I do not fully understand. I apologize, as she sinks back to the background.
So,
You feel like,
Grandmaster, is this approved?
This is approved. And Vivi speaks up and says, however, if he is to be tried, I would prefer that the trial be expedited. For if he is to re-enlist in the Dark Suns, I would rather have it sooner than later.
Well, would you like to also send a consulate with you as well? With me?
I believe Shiziki can fill that role.
Alright, then it's settled. We'll go ahead and head on that way here soon.
However, and this is Duncan. Duncan speaks up. However, Dorian, I've recently received some transpondence, and a friend of yours, in fact, a friend of mine as well, will soon be arriving here at Galeberg. Kaza makes his way here as we speak, and he brings the boy with him.
Why?
I was like, what?
Why?
He seems to believe that you would make some sort of mentor for this boy.
But I can't do that. I haven't finished my pilgrimage. I can't mentor until I become a master myself.
Well, you can tell him that when he gets here.
Who, Karzar or the child?
I didn't hear what you said.
Karzar or the child?
Kaza.
Alright. Is there anything else that y'all want to add, Sean?
Just want to make a notion of letting Vivi know. You understand they did speak in your name and told lies. Just want to point that out.
No, that's incorrect, Shiziki. I stated that I have already spoken with the commander.
And he approved you ascertaining, or you taking him into, and arresting him.
I did not contest it.
He did not contest it. I simply stated that he accepted what I had to say. I did not misspeak.
That's all I wanted to make sure of.
You must understand, Shiziki. If I were to represent him in this instance, I know not everything that Gento's been doing for the last 2 years. And you know as well as anybody in the Dark Suns that there are certain things that I cannot take responsibility for.
Commander, you don't have to explain yourself to me. I trust your judgment.
Good.
And
you gather the double meaning behind what he just said.
Shiziki, I have full faith. With you standing by his side, it will be fair. I would hate for them to anoint some other type of wannabe solicitor or advent, whatever.
All well and good. On that note, I'm fucking exhausted. Can we please call it a night?
Actually, you're not exhausted. You're still under the effects of the potion of energy.
Okay, hold on one second.
You're on speed.
He can still say he's exhausted.
That's a 25?
Yeah, I mean, you can say it, but you're not. You don't feel exhausted. In fact, you feel hyped up as shit.
Right. Well, I would like to convene at this meeting, so that's what I say.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
And then so Dorian will look to the commander and he'll give him the nod.
The nod? Like,
Yep.
Is that a special nod?
Yeah. It's where he nods.
Oh. Okay. It's just it's a Dorian nod, so nodding with purpose.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then he will give Shiziki the nod as he convenes.
Okay, the nod.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now, do I need to make a statement, bro? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, that nod.
Well,
Toss me!
All right. And as everybody leaves, and it's just me and Duncan, I would like to have a word with him too.
Okay. So you gather his attention, and I guess you're speaking to him as you're walking out, or you stop him and you stay in the same room.
We can speak as we walk out
Okay.
to our own individual chambers. Grandmaster Duncan, or Grand Knight Duncan, the wizard proposes that he would like to speak with the Grand Prior.
I see.
He
I think
said
what's
that
his name? Sylvaris, right?
who the
The
Grand
Grand Prior's name. I think it's Griffin Sylvaris. I want to say.
Yeah,
We'll just say Griffin for now. But yeah.
yeah. I would assume he's a pretty humble guy.
Yeah, he is.
You know,
The
first
Grand
name
Prior is.
relations with everybody. You know, oh holy thou might be. Pretty humble, but yeah.
But yes, the mage claims to have some sort of prior connection with Griffin.
Yes, Grand Knight. He said that he would fight with us if he could speak with the Grand Prior. He said he only wants a moment of his time, and he asked to send a courier and just mention his name to the Grand Prior for the audience.
I told him that his name would be mentioned.
Oh, has there been no word yet? Oh well, it's only been like a day. Never mind.
Yeah, it's
Oh, then
it's been a night.
It's felt like 8 sessions. So
But yes,
Oh.
transpondence will be made with the Grand Prior.
will you be heading back to Stormhaven?
We depart in the morning.
If you're departing in the morning, then why is Karzar coming here?
Because he wished to spoke with you before he departed with us as well.
Okay, well he can come with here and then we'll all leave together.
I believe that was his plan. That is why he is coming here.
That doesn't make any sense. It's like walking backwards to get to the nearest tavern.
He is coming from the west. It is on the way for him.
Why is he coming from the west? He should be to the south.
The last time you saw him was in Sea Shroud. He was journeying back to Stormhaven from Sea Shroud. That
Yeah,
is a
aren't we,
direct
like-
trip eastward.
Oh. Okay.
So it's
thought we were,
pretty
like-
much on the way.
I thought we were like way far northeast and Sea Shroud was like southeast of us.
Sea Shroud is directly on the central west coast. Galeberg is northeast. But you follow basically the same roads to get to Stormhaven that you do to get to Thalassia, and it's only a small detour from Thalassia to get to Galeberg.
Oh, okay. All right.
I know the geography is yeah.
It's okay. It's Tolkien had the Lonely Mountain, which mountains can geologically not be alone, but it's still there. I understand.
Yeah,
Hey, Tony,
exactly.
Virgil, what's up?
What up? Okay. So that's it for me.
All right. Do you guys want to take a 5-minute bathroom break?
No. Why would we do
No. No, I'm good.
No. Okay.
Not gonna lie, there was a long time trying to track Genzo down, so I was able to step away like 8 times during that whole thing. I'm good.
Yeah.
So Aaron is now going to.
Actually,
Do some more
does
shit.
Gavin, the DM, need a bathroom break? We can all take one as this goes on.
I would like to take a quick 2-minute.
There you go.
Yeah.
Let's
All right.
take the
we
2
can
minutes.
take
then.
I will
We can
be-
take 5.
Not even 5. I will be right back. Right back. Yeah,
Are
I'll be
you
right back.
drinking, Gavin?
I have had a single. But yeah, I'll be right back.
This is such peaceful music.
Alright, I'm back, guys. Can you hear me? Alright.
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah, we're all up.
Oh, he's still got the potato?
I have the potato. Yeah, but at least he's not a very hungry potato. Alright. So, when that is concluded, I would like to do a few things, but it hopefully won't
Hey.
take too long.
So
Okay.
real quick, Sean, Kelly, when y'all said that he was having GI problems, did you mean like gastro problems or something, like digestive stuff?
Gastrointestinal problems. So yes, there was GI
Okay.
The sphincter, technically, full of butthole things. And the one that was from the stuff in the top from his stomach,
Mm.
getting had to go in and cut back.
I bet you that was really scary.
I mean, that sounds like a happy camper to me.
I was not a huge fan for 4 days.
Yeah, it really wasn't that big of a deal, but it was just the fact that I was in San Diego at the same exact
Yeah.
time that
It
this
was just
happened.
shit. Last week.
Alright. So, you were saying, Gavin? Where we at?
Anyways.
What we doing?
My bad.
Yeah,
I
so-
apologize. It just hit me.
At this point, I imagine you all have walked out of the Jade Palace. Alright. At this point, Azrael, the elf from before, walks up to both you, Shiziki, and Philia, and says to you both, "So if you would not mind, I would like to make your acquaintance a little better. Perhaps we could depart to the tavern, share a meal, a drink, as well as the rest of your party, if you're able to locate them."
Well, I'm game.
And I'll have both of you guys first make a perception check. Okay, so for Suzuki, this was a perception check to see if you could make an Arcana check. Suzuki, what you do notice is when he walks up to you, you almost see almost like lightning, like blue streaks kind of darting back and forth in his eyes when he's standing in front of you. But you didn't roll high enough in the perception check to notice. So I will let Shiziki make a Arcana check. Yeah, Shiziki. He currently has True Sight active.
Okay. Do I see anything odd about him?
Other than the strange, crusty, dark, it almost looks like his wrists have been pierced recently, but they're like grayish black, almost scaled up skin on each of his wrists. It's almost like scales with like a small like puncture in the middle of each of these scaly circles on his wrist.
Yeah, let's go. I think we have a few things to talk about and a few things that we should know should not be talked about.
Yes, indeed. So, on the way over there, he kind of like walks over by Shiziki, and he begins saying to you, he's like, "Look, you have no reason to be alarmed, for everybody has their secrets. This is something I simply noticed, as whenever I'm in the middle of any interrogation, I activate this just for good measure. You have nothing to fear. Your secret is safe with me, so long as you can prove that you are actually Shiziki Belrook, and not just somebody pretending to be Shiziki."
What did you have in mind? You can see why, honestly.
I can't hear you, dude. You sound like you're a mile
What do
off.
you have in mind?
Yes, he's not grateful. What do you have?
Just tell me something that only Shiziki would know.
The walnut is the answer.
Well, to be honest, how well would you know if that was accurate or not? We've just met. It's not exactly like my deepest secrets are public.
No, but I've recently joined the Dark Suns myself, and you have a bit of a reputation.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me something that only somebody in the Dark Suns would know about you.
Battle or story or
Like, let me start, as I've looked at your file.
Let's just say I'm a frequent friend of those at the Tresmadella.
Ah, I'm familiar with the Tresmadella. Believe the owner's name is Celeste. I've not lived there for too terribly long, but
Madam Wildfire, for those that don't know her.
It's a whole house.
I see. Yes, it is.
Is Philia drunk or is Kelly drunk?
I think one's catching up to the other.
I do have
Yes, that's good. That's good.
also.
Good for you. Congratulations. Look, I believe that you are truly Shiziki Belrook. You have nothing to fear from me, as well. It's not really a secret. There's I'm sure you remember what Artigan said. He called me some sort of freak, I believe.
So what did he mean by that? You've got some handy tricks of keeping Artigan incapacitated. Where'd you learn that?
It's not really a matter of what I learned. It's more of a matter of what I am.
Yeah, and what's that aside from being a former member of the Serenian Special Forces of the Spelljammer Squadron?
See, I'm sure you're familiar with the fact that there are multiple worlds. Well, I am
familiar.
not from this one. I come from a world known as Veld Kalas. And that is a world that is currently ravaged. You see, nobody exactly knows how it happened or where they came from, but is currently all but decimated by a group of creatures known as the Vold. I simply managed to make it out by sheer dumb luck. I took a ship, I sailed the seas with no clear destination in mind, fell into a color pool, ended up in the Outlands, walked through a door, and found myself on your world. Yes, exactly. On my world, it had a similar culture for the elves. The elves of my kingdom were indeed from a desert kingdom similar to your own, and I simply melded with the culture when I arrived here. Unlike you, however, I have made no attempt to hide what I am. See, when the Vold were created, pretty much the entire Elven Kingdom was transformed into these creatures. I was also affected by this magic, however, not entirely. So, I exhibit some of their traits, but while still keeping my mind, and one of those is a thirst for magical power. I have the ability to drain this. In fact, I must drain this magical energy from other creatures to survive. And I simply had a meal, and that is why he cannot use magic.
Interesting. Very interesting. So what's the plan for you, my friend? Do you want to go back
Well-
and reobtain, I don't know, any salvation in your world, or are you just trying to make home here?
Alarath is my new home. Aside from a few human kingdoms that remain, as far as I know, to the best of my knowledge, I am the last living elf from my home world. Now tell me, do you believe this story of mine? because I found many people to be rather non-agreeable to my tale.
I guess I believe it.
Well, that is refreshing.
Well, I'm just saying, I rolled a 1, so metagame, I guess I believe it.
Okay.
I've heard crazier stories. There's everything that we've been led to believe growing up, even in Alarath. Yeah, everything that we've been led to believe in Alarath seems to be changing by, it seems, every day here. So, to be honest, whether you're telling the truth or not doesn't really matter. It's at this point what you're doing while you're here. I've got no reason to not believe you, but I mean, even if you were lying to me, it wouldn't change my opinion on things.
Well, as it stands now, I was a captain in the Sun Skimmers. However, Commander Valinor would not grant me the same rank. He believed it would be unfair to those of you, well, I guess I should say us, who have earned such a rank. And so he would not let me have the rank of captain. However, we are equals. As I was enlisted as a lieutenant. But that's from 70 years of distinguished service in the Serenian military, 50 of it special forces.
I'm sure you got quite a bag of tricks then, don't you?
Oh, well, to be honest with you, my skills when it comes to the typical arcane, if I'm speaking honestly, I find to be rather lacking. But when it comes to the art of anti-magic, that is where my skills truly lie.
Do you mind if I it's a rank that you deserve. No.
It would be inaccurate. I am a lieutenant, same as Mr. Belrook here.
Really? You're just gonna call him a captain in front of me when we're both lieutenants?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you have? I know nothing about that.
Well, you never asked. Well then, there you go.
He said he was a captain before. Call him a captain now. Get people.
Let me ask you
I
this.
believe it would be an insult to Mr. Belrook to call me a captain.
I'll say this as we can continue walking towards the tavern. So, I understand that the squad chambers is not exactly something that should be openly discussed. So forgive me if I were talking too publicly about that right now, but what exactly is the plan for you?
I will conscript other powerful wizards into my rank. I will teach them a certain list of spells. Counterspell and dispel magic are requirements to join my squadron. I myself am capable of performing an anti-magic field. However, I don't expect everyone to be able to do so. But it is a squadron that exists purely for combating powerful users of the arcane.
Well, the only unfortunate thing is, as far as I'm aware, we currently don't have a lot of spellcasters in the Dark Suns. We have a few, but as far as the wizards and such, that's not something that comes common.
Well, that is part of my charge. I'm to recruit additional members. If you have anybody in mind, I will gladly take your advice on that one.
Well, I tell you what, I happen to have a good plan in mind to make just that happen. It's something I'd happened to already discuss in brief with the commander, but maybe you and I can discuss it more in depth.
I'm listening.
So, as you're very well aware, the Necrolites just lost their commander. Well, their leader, captain, whatever they wanted to call themselves. Second in charge is Mithra, who I've already made some agreements with. And the entire understanding was that Galeberg would only be able to maintain control of the Necrolites as long as they played along and they were
You
following...
mean Thalassia?
Oh, sorry, Thalassia, yeah. Thalassia! And doing what they were told and not getting up into any dirty business. Well, obviously, that is not the case. So, I'm thinking the Necrolites need to come under new management.
Word has actually already gone around. The Thalassian king is not very happy with Odigan right now. So I would say that your plan for new management is inevitable, honestly.
Well, here's the thing. It might take some working and doing, but I figure especially with the people that we have in charge here, I'm saying Thalassia should be able to, or have to revoke their control over the Necrolites. Be completely
It's already
disbanded.
in the works.
I'm saying they should be completely disbanded, and then they can be recruited into our ranks.
You know, Vivi has spoken much about your resourcefulness, Lieutenant. I believe this is a very wise plan.
Well, I'd like to see if we can go ahead and gather these people together while they're all here, have a few words with them, let them know that as much as they've been hated and tossed to the side for just the sheer conjuring, or the sheer school of their magic, not everybody's a big fan of necrotic spells. My god, if I could talk today. Yeah, it's good being the face man that can't get his words out. So I'm saying, if we could offer them something, anything, which we definitely can as the Dark Suns, positions of power, respect, and definitely with fortune that comes into it, I'm sure they'd flock to us in waves. And then, lo and behold, we already have a full regiment of well-trained casters.
It would require much training. If their expertise is in necromancy, that is far from the realms of anti-magic. But training is possible.
I'm just saying, what do you want? Do you want to take people from the ground up that know nothing about spellcasting, or do you want to take wizards that know how to learn spells and are usually hungry to expand their arcane knowledge?
Let's make it happen.
Well, Vivi tasked me with going ahead and starting recruiting more people here, but to be honest, I can't be everywhere at once. I need someone to head this. Why don't we see if we can approach Vivi about this, and maybe we can co-lead this new regiment?
Well, I must ask, how vast is your skill in the art of anti-magic?
Try and cast a spell, let's see.
Alright. He does it. You notice he's activating a spell. You notice as this globe begins to kind of form
Counterspell
around him. Oh, you still have glibness up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I have 2 spell
does
slots available right now, so that's 1.
He was casting Globe of Invulnerability, and I'm impressed.
No sweat. I've been doing this game for a little while too.
All right,
See?
Suzuki.
Grand Knight Duncan, I'm telling you, I'm not going insane. Everyone calls him VV.
Just not to his face.
So, anyway, let's convene with the rest of your members. Enough formalities. I believe that's...
The air around here has been far too somber. Do you not agree?
Oh, I couldn't agree more. Go ahead and lead on away. And as soon as he walks away, I'm going to peel back half a step and get with Celia and was like, was that dude straight the entire time?
At least he believed he was honest.
Good enough. And then I will continue on.
She's just lurking in the fucking shadows, man. It's so creepy.
People
She just likes to fight.
Seem to forget that the 8-foot Valkyrie is like right with me everywhere I go.
She's 6.5 feet tall, but her wings aren't always visible, so all she looks like is a chick wearing armor with slightly blue skin. So, you make your way over there. Hey, Brandon, are you up to anything?
Well, I was going to, but, you know, I don't know what everyone else is doing, so I just kind of been staying quiet.
We're headed back to the
Okay.
tavern that everybody was at before when the shit show went down.
Yeah, Dorian went to bed
Yeah,
and
Aaron's
so did
like
the
the
last
opposite.
shift.
So,
Yeah, now Aaron's gonna go and talk to Claresi about getting a fucking teleportation to fucking where the fuck she's at.
alright. So, you speak to her again, and she's like, "Can you not go a day? I just spoke to you earlier."
Yeah, well, I think I'm going to get off this plane for now.
Really?
Really. You know.
If that is what you wish, I could have Zim come retrieve you.
Yeah. Come chill out with Shaw for a while.
All right. I'm not sure where he went off to, but next time I see Zim, we'll pay your world a visit. It's short for Zimzalazam.
That sounds lovely. I need a different change of scenery.
How long are you planning on coming?
A week or two.
Okay.
Long
This
enough
will be fine.
to get away from. Not that I don't like my traveling party. I just need something different, something that I can look forward to a little bit more.
The rest of us will.
This one.
All right. Well, it's kind of hard keeping track of the time dilation, but I imagine it'll be at some point tomorrow on your world.
It sounds just fine.
All right. Well, take care of yourself, Aaron. I'm glad you're
I will.
safe.
Me too. And I'm gonna walk back to the tavern to meet up with everybody else.
All right. So, you all arrive back in, and Azrael orders drinks all around. You're merry, you have food. Imagine like the best hibachi you've ever had. It's pretty much the kind of food you get.
Well, crew,
Yep. The whole crew.
I have to say that it's been a pleasure. But for now, I think tomorrow I'm going to be leaving y'all for a little while.
All right. Where are you off to, Aaron? And for how long?
I don't know, a couple weeks. Give myself some R&R from all this madness. Spend some of that gold that I have, you know?
Yeah, fair enough, my man. I mean, we've definitely earned some reprieve.
In a couple weeks, just Shiziki, do me a favor.
Wait, what?
Let me know where y'all are at. I'll have my amulet on me. And I'll come back and help y'all with whatever. But I think me and Solomon need some time to just kind of go off for a little while. See different places. So I'll be able to be contacted through the amulet. I think it's time for me to go off and see if I can work on some of these contraptions that I have in my mind, and I would need some time that's away from adventuring to do it.
You know, I could just see it now. Aaron is so fumed right now that he has completely ignored the 120-foot chain that Solomon is dragging around. Because I did say I detached it off the gun.
Yeah.
Just dragging around a chain.
By the way, in case you needed to know, Brandon, that realm that Clarissa is from is called Falfanzia.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm going to go to Alfanzia. As Aaron pulls the chain out of freaking Solomon, throwing it at Dorian.
He takes a D4 of damage.
He's not there. Dorian's not there. Dorian already
Oh.
went to bed, and Velasios already went back to his mansion.
Well, then he just kind of like threw it into the corner. But
It's a 120
yes.
foot chain. Keep it. You can use it for make your grappling hook better, or something.
Okay, then I'll just shove it in my bag of holding, whatever.
There you go.
I guess you would have a reel too, because in the description of the grappling gun, the reel is a part of the thing.
No, when you detach the chain, it's just the chain that gets detached.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
I got a harpoon in a freaking 100-foot chain.
120-foot chain.
Aaron.
120.
Yeah.
Before
Yes.
you go, you're gonna go see Clarissa, aren't you?
I am.
Can I offer you a little trade before you go? Maybe I can help you out and you can help me?
Sure. What did you have in mind?
Well, I noticed you don't really use your arrows too often, and that's really more of my forte. I don't suppose you have those fireball and lightning arrows that you wouldn't mind offloading?
All of them, actually.
Alright. And I'll tell you what, now slide this over to you, and you will have 7 potions of performance.
Well, thank you.
What do those do again? Potions of performance.
They're basically Viagra.
Oh, yeah, gotcha, yeah. Gotcha.
Thank you, Vicky. Much appreciated. You got those bullets, right? From
It was arrows that he said.
he's
Oh.
asking for the bullets.
Oh, yeah.
You got those bullets from Wilhelm, didn't you? Alright, he gives them all the arrows.
All right.
And then Aaron is going to kind of tip his hat, or not his hat, but he's just gonna kind of to throw the peace sign up and walk with Solomon, and gonna explain to Solomon that they're leaving for Paphanzia tomorrow.
It will be a grand adventure, sir.
Of course. You get to go see your little snake friend again.
I look forward to it, sir.
I'm pretty sure you don't, but okay.
That's a
Well,
You need to work on your sarcasm a little bit more, there, buddy.
correct me if I'm wrong, but Solomon destroyed the snake, drug him
Yeah.
around the city.
He kind of, he definitely won that fight with the snake.
Yeah,
Yeah, he did.
yeah. He made him
He
go
did.
and just drug him around. I think he drug him like 200 something feet.
He did. Like, I think it's every round he was dragging the snake.
Yeah, he just kept dragging him back down the street.
I think the snake did shock Solomon like once, but it was fairly one-sided.
Yeah, it was.
Uh,
And the thing is, we won that fight with a player that was not really even there.
no, I was
No,
playing. him.
Tony was playing him.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, because he didn't even show up, so Tony ended up playing him.
yeah.
Yeah, I had Tenzin, and I remember because I did like over 500 points of damage to the two of those dudes with Tenzin alone.
Well, that is it for me tonight, guys. I have to get up in the morning and go do balloon deliveries.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest we just take the last hour for everybody to do their level ups.
Okay, that's fine.
Well, how is Shiziki gonna take a long rest?
I mean, there's things I still need to do, but like.
Okay. What else? What else did you need to do?
A couple things. But if like, yeah, I mean, it'll be some RP talk and stuff and whatnot, but all the
Yeah,
same.
that's fine.
So first, when the revelries wrap up for the evening, I will go back to my quarters and I will go back to writing the letter that I needed to write for Vandalore.
Okay.
So, and I will put the Primalty seal on it. So I mean, it should have all the authenticity.
Yeah. Just make a forgery check.
All right, and I would say I would go into my
Willis
Willis Gage
Gage.
form for it.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is that? That's intelligence plus double proficiency.
Yes. Intelligence plus double. No. Intelligence or dex for this one.
I think it's intelligence is for forgery kits.
Is it? Okay. Then intelligence.
So easy, buddy, easy.
So
So-
that's 24.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks very convincing. Nobody would be able to tell the difference.
Can you
Hey,
take
Gavin,
a
I'll
second
get
to do this?
later on, like this week or next, and do the level up.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, cool. Bye.
later, man.
Oh, you You here.
Dude, so I just got 5th level spells.
Oh my good god. Kid is being angry.
I
All
can't
right, there we go.
prepare. I can't prepare any extra spells. I don't get that till I'm level 18 with Dorian, but he does get access to 5th level spells. But it doesn't really matter because he's about to step out anyways. So
Yeah, that's honestly that's kind of why I did the whole like I mentioned the whole Karzar thing because I figured being his mentor could be Dorian's like reason to step out.
and
Okay.
and coming out of his pilgrimage.
Yeah.
So, quick question: how many arrows of lightning and fireball thing did I get from Aaron? If Aaron's
See
still
how
there.
many he has. I think he already left, but
Okay.
I can look at his inventory.
Yeah, it's fine.
So if he put it in his inventory,
Well, unless he's used any, I can look it up because I know how many I bought. He bought the same amount as I did.
yeah, he hasn't used any, but I don't see it in his inventory.
All right, I'll get it later. All right, after I spent some time writing that, I need to use my amulet of telepathy and try and get a hold of Ravella.
Okay. You do it, and at this point it's getting kind of dark, and so when you use your amulet of telepathy and talk to her, she sounds kind of groggy, and she's like, "What? Shiziki?"
It's me, Rainer.
Right. Yeah.
Listen, sister, I found out that there's something that might be a concern to your safety, and I wanted to make sure that you were okay.
Okay.
I need you to do me a favor. I need you to get a hold of Rill.
Oh, I didn't hear what you said. What was the last thing?
I need you to get a hold of Rill.
Okay. That's one of the Fourglade brothers, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Tell him Lakoth has got to go.
Why? He's
He's
just
a,
an advisor.
He's a mole.
Doesn't.
He's working against the city. He was a part of the process of what caused everything with the water creatures, whatever we had, the ones that kidnapped you.
What?
He's working against the kingdom.
Lakoth is just an old man. He's been one of my father's advisors for years.
Which is all the reason it's more dangerous. He needs to be taken away. Immediately. I need you to go and get
what?
Rill now.
Oh, so this isn't something I'm supposed to. This isn't a legal apprehension here. This is.
We don't have
this
the
is
time
what the
for
Fourglade
it
brothers
because...
do.
Okay, she doesn't know what the Fourglade brothers do. She
Oh,
knows
that's
they're
right,
there
she
to
doesn't.
train people.
So what makes you believe that the? I'm sorry, I'm not understand. You want him to be kidnapped illegally and taken? Is that what you
I
were
didn't
asking?
say any of that, so I don't know where you were getting all that, Gavin. I just said he needs to be taken care
what
of.
Are you,
I'm
I'll
saying
tell Rill, but what makes you think he'll be able to do anything?
Rill has a skill set. I've known him for some time. And to be honest, considering the tie-ins and everything that Lakoth has, I don't want the Primalty forces to get involved. There's no telling what influence he has, but I can absolutely guarantee you he's an enemy of the kingdom.
So if my father asks me where he is, what should I say? That I just don't know?
I will talk to Father.
Alright, I'll trust you on this one. Can this wait till morning?
I think it's in the... Also, I'll have a gift for you in the morning.
Okay.
Just look forward to that.
How do you plan on getting it here?
Well, I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. Don't worry about it.
Alright. Was that it? She still definitely kind of sounds like she's groggy and waking up.
Just go
And-
talk to Rill. Tell him that... shit, did I hire him as Rainer or did I hire him as Shiziki? No, I hired him as Shiziki. Yeah, tell him that Shiziki told him that Lakoth needs the full treatment.
Just use those exact words.
Yes.
All right, he's at the temple right now. I'll go get him.
We'll talk more tomorrow, but this just needs to happen now.
I understand. I'll go there right away.
Be safe, Ravella. Your safety is my utmost concern.
Okay, well, why would it be at risk?
Because you have an enemy amongst the ranks, Ravella.
Yeah, I'll keep an ear out. I'm capable myself, Shiziki. I'll be fine.
I know that, but that doesn't mean I still can't be concerned about you.
I promise you I'll be okay. I will go there right now.
Thank you.
Of course.
Alright, now in that conversation.
Alright. You heard, like, right before you ended the conversation, just kind of like some shifting around. Almost like, you know, she was putting on her day clothes or whatever, like she was about to leave when she wasn't planning on it.
Okay.
So,
I mean, and at that point, I can just start doing a ton of RP crap. So it depends on what you want to take the time to do here.
it depends. Tony, do you have anything else that you would like to do tonight?
No.
Not really?
No, not at all. Other
Okay.
than, I mean, we just walked like an entire, well, so the only thing that I would say is that Velasquez is going to go into his mansion and doubling down on his scribing.
Okay.
So adding some spells to his spell book and kind of, because he did just get a new spell book, and there is like 2 or 3 spells in that spell book that he wants to move over, and it's going to take like 14 hours to do that.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
That's it.
All right, sounds good. And I'll be finishing up the fine details on your thing, that spell or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'll
that's fine.
send it to you.
But yeah, no, there's nothing else other than that.
All right.
Well, I think I'm gonna be hopping off here in a minute too. It's 10:20.
Alright, man.
Tomorrow, Breakpoint comes out, so
Breakpoint.
I'm to be playing that. It's a new Tom Clancy game. I'm pretty excited.
Sweet.
Yeah.
I'm just
So-
looking forward to the new Pokemon game.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to actually getting to play Borderlands at some point, so hopefully I'll do that tomorrow.
Oh
But,
yeah, I've already beaten it twice. Yeah, I've already played through gotten to 50, and then played through the True Vault Hunter mode.
Well, maybe one of these days I'll be able to make it there, but you know,
It's
being
fun.
across the country and then, you know, being a dad, it's a little time consuming. So,
Yeah.
alright, so what's the game plan here, Gavin? Are we going to continue on me and you, or were you just calling it a night?
Since Tony's done, we can continue on. I don't have anything else, but if you have more that you would like to do, that's perfectly
Oh
fine.
my god, I have so much to do.
You can knock out as much as you want to do in the next hour.
Well, let me pour
Hey.
myself a glass of wine and let's get on to it, my friend.
So real
Alright.
quick, y'all be honest. Have y'all looked at any of the rules for that thing that I posted? The
The monster of the week.
yeah.
I took like a quick glance at it, but no, man, with everything going on, I have not had a chance to
Yeah.
actually sit down and play. Like, I finally got a chance to sit down and actually do all the stuff for the level up today in this thing. But like, I mean, it was the first. I wrote down some scribbled notes and everything of what I was gonna do our last session, and like, it's been chaotic over here. But no, I will probably sit
Oh,
down
I
and actually
bet.
take a look at that here in the very near future, man.
Kelly, will you be joining us for this fun little one-shot monster of the week? What was that? Well,
Aw. I'm actually looking forward to the Monster of the Week thing. There's a lot
Oh,
fan
And
of
it
like
sounds
Buffy the
pretty
Vampire
fantastic.
Slayer
Kids just
or like
forever, so.
Supernatural.
yeah, it's like a mix between like Supernatural, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, X-Files kind of thing. It's like every week you go up against a new monster or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds pretty fantastic, but the kid's not exactly conducive to a schedule right now. So
Yeah, I
I'm gonna go
forget.
ahead and pretend like I'm not gonna, because chances are 50-50 right now.
Yeah. Let's see. I think.
By the way,
So-
Tony, I just sent you a message. I encourage you to read it.
I'll read that later.
Before your
Uh,
next statement, please read.
Yeah,
Hint,
I'll read
hint,
it later.
nudge, nudge.
So Gavin's next game is supposed to be on the 15th, and then my next game is supposed to be on the 30th. Are y'all gonna have any Halloween plans on the 30th, Wednesday?
Girl, no, we do have
yeah, it's not. It's the day before Halloween, so
yeah,
I,
day,
I'm
so off if you want to do anything that day. But we're good for anything prior, so yeah.
Wait, okay, I just heard y'all are good for anything prior. What came before that?
I think they're saying they're good as long as it's not on Halloween day.
Yeah,
Right, okay.
pretty much. Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, it's because the schedule was going to be on the 24th as I was going to do the Monster of the Week, and I told Gavin, Gavin wanted to swap for this week, and I told him as long as we don't do the Monster of the Week any sooner than the 24th.
Yeah.
And so the 30th would be perfect. And that because I told Gavin that I wanted as much to give everybody as much time as possible before Halloween, because it's a real like Halloween monstrous kind of theme and everything, and it's like the way that the game is set up is it's unlike
I've already
D&D.
put in to take it off. Whatever day I have it on.
Unlike
Okay.
D&D, it's like the DM is always trying to foil your plans and everything and set up all these storylines. Monster of the Week is the complete opposite.
I
And-
never try to foil you guys' plan.
It's your turn,
But-
dang it. I'm not doing this. I refuse to do this 2 times in a row.
I'm like super excited. I already wrote up a bunch of stuff, but I don't want to
I'm
go
trying to get
too
your attention.
far because the game is supposed to be almost all player improv. So I got like the beginning and then like a little bit of stuff and information and then like what the actual monster is, because you'll have to
I
figure
wanna
out what the
be-
monster is. So
I want to
it's
be a
like-
chosen one, and I want my name to be Ween Denchester.
Okay.
No, I'm actually probably gonna be the Celestial or the Divine. I mean,
The Divine.
yeah.
See, I've been reading up on this game, and there's a lot of people who actually ban players from picking the Chosen and the Divine because it make those, from what I've read, is those two make it where like a lot of people feel like players who pick the Chosen or Divine, like the whole story just revolves around them, and a lot of like people just don't like that, so they actually boot out a lot of people trying to play Divine or the Chosen.
If it's
Like,
not
just-
the Divine, then I would go with the
But-
Monstrosity.
But I mean, I personally I don't care. But if you read through the Chosen, you can kind of see where they're coming from, when people say that. I personally don't really care because I mean, this would be like a one shot.
Are there people that run entire campaigns of this game?
Oh yeah, dude.
Interesting.
Definitely. Like if you listen to the Adventure Zone, this is their new main arc. Well, they just finished their first or their second
Dude,
chapter 2.
I would be all for a campaign in this kind of game because I'm a huge fan of Supernatural and I loved Buffy the Vampire Slayer back in the day. I've always liked that kind of stuff.
So, just kind of like FYI, this game is gonna take place in the game's gonna take place in like our time, so it'd be 2019 when it takes place. So everything that you know that's relevant around right now will be the same era. You'll be in the United States, and y'all all have, because it's a one shot. I'm gonna say y'all have all been working together for years, so you all vaguely know each other. And when we start, then you'll actually know. You'll be able to describe your characters.
Okay.
But just to like keep up the improv though, don't describe to each other how you know each other. Just kind of like come up with something. And it even has rules in there on for like how you know other characters. Or it's just like, not rules, but it's like different
I
like,
gotcha.
tips and stuff. Like,
All right.
has, like there's a history section, and so it's like, you choose another hunter and you're a close blood relative. Ask them exactly how close. So it's like you ask the other player. Like I would tell, like if me and you were creating players, I'd be like, oh yeah, me and Gavin's character John Wayne, we're blood relatives. Ain't that right, John? John?
Yeah,
And then
exactly.
you could be like, oh yeah, we're like fifth cousins, thrice removed. And so
Yeah.
it's kind of like improv that way.
I gotcha. Well, hey, Sean and I are gonna finish the RP stuff that he wanted to knock out. That way, we're
Yeah, man,
not doing it whenever a bunch of other people are on.
Yeah, man, I'm going to head back out. Y'all have a good night.
All right, man.
I'll catch you later, man.
See ya.
So, all right, we can work on whatever it is that you wanted to.
All right. So, I'll just say this so we can save time on the next session. In fact, how late is it now that I finished writing up that letter?
Now that what?
That I finished writing that letter.
Probably about 10 o'clock. It's getting into the later hours.
I would ask Celia to stay in the room, and I would leave to go find the commander.
Vivi?
Yeah.
Okay. So, you imagine he's probably where he's been this whole time, because he was kind of given his own little quarters within the Jade Palace.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, all of the people in charge of the various factions were given kind of the same treatment. But you know where he is, and you walk in, and he's just kind of working on some paperwork under candlelight.
All right. Is there anybody else there?
Nope, it's just him.
Commander, sorry to intrude, especially so late here, but to be honest, it's been a day. I wanted to follow your advice, but there was also some other things that I had to make sure I brought to your attention.
Of course, Lieutenant. And you need not apologize.
Well, come on. Chill out, my man. You're good. You're good. There you go. Well, first and foremost, I wanted to let you know that I actually had some time to sit down and speak with Azrael.
Yes, he is quite a character, isn't he?
Very much so. Well, I think we've kind of come to an agreement, him and I, especially on what to do with the necrolytes.
Okay.
Well, as it stands, to be honest, I'm just gonna explain so we don't have to repeat the whole thing. I'm gonna explain what the plan was that me and him kind of discussed.
To basically bring the entire necrolytes into the fold and kind of recruit them into the Spelljammer squad.
Right.
Yeah.
That it would also be me and him that would be kind of overseeing that. He would basically handle the day-to-day operations, and I would handle a lot of the recruitment and whatnot. It'll mostly be me and him that kind of were in charge of that.
I've spoken to Azrael, actually, and he seemed quite impressed with you. I find it highly unlikely that he would object to this arrangement. So, yes, you may oversee the Spelljammer Squadron. However, and I don't believe I have any concerns for this, but I am placing a lot of responsibility on the two of you in developing the squadron for me.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. There's one thing that does have my concern, and honestly, I think it would work best in favor for doing this. Mithra. I think she has too much of an attachment with her Artigan. I think she needs to be removed from this whole scenario. She's definitely been able to agree to doing the handoff, and I can find something for her, but I don't think she needs to be a part of that group.
Would you recommend she enlist in the Dark Suns at all?
I think I can come up with something for her, just to have her as a a contact. Someone that I can probably lean on from time to time if I ever need to, but honestly, her and her family are too tainted to have involved in this. I think it's just too much of a risk to have her a part of the Spelljammers, considering whatever involvement she had with Artigan.
Yes, I can follow your reasoning on this.
Leave her to me, but I think that she needs to be distanced from the Necrolites.
I do, however, believe that she could pose some value among the general ranks. Unless you... Do you disagree with this?
Let me talk to Mithra and see what she might... Right. Let me speak with Mithra and see what she might want to do, but honestly, I think I have something better in mind for her.
Of course. Now, what do you believe you would do with her?
Well, to be honest, I've got a couple options. So, I've got a friend that could probably use a hand. That's a bit of an inventor and builder. So we'll see what, if he might need an assistant. Or if nothing else, to be honest, I'd kind of like to have somebody around with my uncle after everything that happened today, just to make sure somebody's keeping an eye on him. We'll see.
So you would like for Mithra to look after your uncle?
Maybe. All options, but I'd have to speak with Mithra first to see where she might want to go. Regardless, she doesn't need to be here. She doesn't need to be with the Necrolites. Like I said, I'll make sure I can take care of her if that's alright with you.
That would be fine with me. It seems as though the girl is... I'll trust you on this one, and I would be okay with her in the general ranks of the Dark Suns, but I agree with not much else would I trust her with. She seems to be a woman who is very conflicted.
Well, let me put it this way. All of her goals revolve around her child. If we make sure that her child is safe, under our protection, I don't think we'll have anything to worry about.
I agree completely.
On another note, I was finally able to get this, and I'll take out the letter from that has the Primralty seal on it and hand it to him. This was Raynor's orders. He instructed me to give this to you after the Lich was dealt with. If it was dealt with, but he knew it would happen, so this was already prepared.
I see. And who did you want him to deliver that to again?
Or
was that for him?
That was for Vivi.
Okay. I'll have you, just when you have a chance, send me a message with what the letter says.
I can just tell you the basics of it.
Okay.
So, it states that because the Lich is down, now King's Crest, which was known to be littered with the undead, they're probably going to disperse because they were, gathered, congregating because of the Lich. So now it means that all of King's Crest is going to be up for looters. So what he wants is the Dark Suns to go ahead and basically take over King's Crest. Just to go ahead and set up a perimeter, go ahead and start scavenging it, see what's in there, what's worthwhile, go ahead and start taking care of the remains, things like that. It's basically they need an immediate mobile force to go ahead and get there, and then the forces from Sea Shroud and Primralty will join them. The reason that they have the permission to be able to do that is because I found out that Desmond is actually heir to the throne, so he has the rights to be able to make that happen, and it's a Primralty and Sea Shroud joint effort to do this. So, and the payment that they're willing to do, I think it was like, God, I can't even remember, but it was a significant portion. It was like a fifth of everything that they find. Like, it can go to the Dark Suns.
Of any goods or supplies or anything.
Right, of anything of value, worth, whatever.
And King's Crest was a huge city,
right.
So they'll find a lot.
So the other thing is the treasurer from Sea Shroud will come over there, and he will oversee basically everything that gets collected. He'll document it. He'll make sure everything is appropriately placed and divvied up to the right, parties. And then there's a PS on there, and it says PS, if you were already aware, Shizuki has sent funds and money or whatever to Angaria to basically afford a mansion. As a favor to me, if you would take the funds that, Sea Shroud is supposed to get, or Primralty is supposed to get from there, and just cut that out, like part of that out to put it towards Shizuki's mansion, and then just let him keep his money that he already sent down to you.
Okay, I gotcha. So you can collect that money later. After
Whenever I go back to Angaria, because it's in a safe that I had Wilhelm send somebody down there with.
Yeah.
But it's basically saying send a large force of the Dark Suns to immediately mobilize, because they can't quite get down there, because, Sea Shroud and Primralty are both recovering. So they can't send a large enough force to just go to King's Crest right now. The only people that have a large enough force that can be mobilized like that is the Dark Suns.
Okay. Gotcha. So yeah, he'll read over that letter, and do it.
So, he's agreed to all that.
Oh, you wanted him to read it right now?
Yeah, I'm literally handing him the letter for him to look
Okay.
over. And
So-
it says in there, I put it in the thing, that Shizuki is acting as Rainer's voice and liaison. So any information, whatever his decision is, to relay it to Shizuki, and Shizuki can bring it back to Rainer.
Okay. He looks at you and says, "Well, I had no idea your excursion to Primralty was so fruitful. I see you're representing a monarch now."
That's like I mentioned before, Rainer seems to have a lot of grand plans in the future, and to be honest, I think it would be very beneficial with the Dark Suns to align themselves with him for his future endeavors. It seems like that man has a lot on the table and a lot more planned to come.
Well, if you could relay to Rainer, that we will do just as he requests. A force of 10,000 Dark Suns will be sent to King's Crest. And we look forward to cooperating with his forces in the future.
I'm very glad to hear that. I will make sure Rainer is aware.
He looks up at you and he says, "So, Shizuki, this is, I must tell you something.
Yeah?
I had a bit more of an involvement in this campaign against this Lich than I've let on to anybody. See, I'm old, Shizuki, and when this man, this Vorkeen, was still mortal on this world, I remember hearing the news, the town criers. Whenever Vorkeen and his marauding band would move from city to city, as a young child, I couldn't help but fearing that my village would be next. So, whenever he was conquered, I vowed that I would never allow such an atrocity to happen again, that one day I would raise a military force, a force that could rival that of any kingdom. And the next Vorkeen who came about, that my force would be the one to stop him. Never in my wildest imaginations did I believe that it would be my force that would stop Vorkeen himself one day. And I simply wish to thank you for being instrumental in that."
Oh, there's no need to thank me, Commander. You've done more than enough for me to give me the opportunities to be here. I'm just happy to proudly represent the Dark Suns.
Well, I wish to tell you that tale, and to thank you. You truly are one of my most valued officers.
Thank you for that. May I ask something on a personal note, sir?
Of course.
How well do you think this is going to play out, the issue with Genzo? I understand being a businessman, but you and I both know him. Forest service is not the same as him wanting to grow his reputation. In fact, this'll tarnish it quite a bit.
Genzo values money. I believe if I can if I can get him back into the same sort of work that he was doing for Mr. Gilderoy whenever he was still in, which is very similar to the sort of work that he does now, that he'll feel right at home. And once he receives his first payment, I believe he'll get over it.
I know Genzo. He's somebody that wants to work off money, absolutely, but his pride and reputation, and this was a huge hit to his pride. If I might ask, what would you want Genzo to do specifically once he became back in our service?
Quite frankly, I have, ever since Ginzo left the Dark Sun, yes, we still have the Fourglade brothers, but they were only 2 people. And Ginzo was able to handle the sort of work that it takes both of them for. We could double our workload on the sort of under-the-table deals that we make with Mr. Gilderoy by having Ginzo back in our service, which I believe would be double profit from the House of Chance. Ginzo will get over it, and once he gets a taste of freedom again, as he will have once he begins working again for Mr. Gilderoy, I believe he will get over this, and 4 years is a short amount of time. His reputation will not be tarnished.
Can I make a suggestion? And it's only a suggestion. Of course, it's up to you. But what if... the best way I can say this is after that conversation with Artigan and his master, I don't like the fact that there's too many eyes on us. What if we had somebody that got away from us? Somebody that we supposedly were no longer working with. That could be an agent that could look into this. Look into the business with Artigan and his master and this whole relicanter. What if we had a skilled person that knows how to infiltrate and be able to do these things, but nobody would suspect because they thought they were now somebody that turned on us and were our enemy?
You suggest painting Ginzo as some sort of turncoat.
I'm suggesting we took him in. He's supposed to be wrapped in service, or back mandatorily put in service. If Ginzo somehow, some way, got away, as Ginzo is prone to do, but on the surface would mean he was no longer a friend of the Dark Suns, or us with the 7 deadly sins, it might give him the freedom of movement without eyes being on him.
Make a persuasion check.
Do I still... I wouldn't have glibness up at this point anymore, do I?
Not anymore.
Okay.
27. That'll do. This could work. But Genzo must be in contact with us. He still officially does not work for us. But it will be part of his representation that at the end of the day, he answers to me.
Well, I think this is something that we can come up with. If I can just have, at some point, a little private conversation with Genzo. Make this that this is the agreement. Make it that he still owes me favors, which he already does. But if I was able to get him out on the premise that he's no longer friends with the Dark Suns and that we are working with the Order of the Brethren Shield to track him down and have him incarcerated, sure, he can answer to you, but on the surface, he's no longer a friend of the Dark Suns.
I would still wish for him to carry out jobs for Mr. Gilderoy.
I don't think he's going to be willing to do that. This is what's more important here. Dealing with whoever this relicanter is that's trying to destroy everything and break down all society, or we can make a payday. To be honest, I don't think we're going to have to worry about money anytime soon if what I assume was on that letter that Ryder had mentioned. I mean, the funds from what we could harness from King's Crest is, whatever Genzo could make would shy terribly in comparison. I don't think the funding is what we need to worry about right now. I'd rather make sure that we have an edge up on whatever enemies are coming our way. And I think this gives Genzo an option of doing something without having to be wrapped back up in 4 years of servitude. So I don't think he'd have a problem with it.
I will consider this. You make valid points. I'd also like to discuss something pertaining to you. I know your prior relationship with Mr. Gilderoy has been, well, rocky. After a certain event with somebody escaping,
A little
working on-
strained.
I'm working on rebuilding that bridge. When you find your way over to Angaria, I may have a job for you, which I would highly encourage you to take.
Well, if it's your advice, then I definitely can't shy away from that. I'll have to make sure I let Rainer know that there are still other higher powers that I have to answer to.
It would be a rather simple search mission. You would have to go into... Oh, what's the name of that district? I'm looking back at my... where is the districts? I'm looking at our private... No, I'm not looking at our private messages.
The Argyle district?
Yes, you would have to largely go into the Argyle district for much of this, but I'll be in touch. You just have to find someone.
Is there a certain time frame that I have to have this done by?
No time frame. Obviously within the next month or two would be advised, but our intel leads us to believe that he's not going in anytime soon, and if he attempts to, he will be apprehended prior, and you will be out of this job, and no longer be required to fill it. But if the job is still available when you make it over to Angaria, I think you would be just the person for the job.
Oh, thank you. I definitely appreciate that. Well, if there's nothing else, sir, I'll take my leave.
As you were.
All right. That has to be thought over. Did I get the? Well, he didn't completely agree to the whole thing. Yeah, with Genzo.
You roll an insight check, but do so with advantage, just because you're pretty well versed in dealing with
3
with,
and 4. Wow.
You know he's considering it, and you know he's giving it some serious consideration. You don't really know whether he's gonna lean one way or the other, or which way he's gonna go with it, but you know he's giving it some thought.
Yeah, I just didn't know whether or not I should go ahead and bust him out tonight, because I'm definitely debating that. We'll see. All right, I still have 1 spell slot left. Because I didn't get an hour rest in between all this thing. Well, actually I did, because we sat down, we ate, and we chilled, right?
Yeah, you would have gotten a short rest then.
Okay. I will go back into my quarters. I'm just going to see how much I can knock out in one evening, so that way we don't have to drag everybody else along all this stuff. And we will start off with casting Dream. And I will take the... Oh, God, I don't have glibness or my luck points anymore. Okay. Yeah, we're still going to do it. I'm going to go ahead and cast Dream. And I will enter King Oshka.
Oshaka. But
And I will present myself as Rainer.
okay. So he wasn't really having any particular dream, so at this point it just presents itself as kind of a void. But you do see him, though he hasn't really acknowledged you yet, as he just kind of looks around like, why the hell am I dreaming?
Father. Easy, baby. Kelly is rage quitting over on her game over there.
Oh.
I saw you give double birds to the monitor. What else am I supposed to assume? Anyhow. Father. Father, are you there?
Son? What is this?
This is a spell. I happen to have somebody in my what's the word? Man, I'm so bad on words. In my entourage. I happen to have someone in my entourage that is capable of this type of magic. And I'll wave my hand, and we will look like we're in the usual throne room area, with him sitting on the throne.
Okay. That's right. You can control the nature of the dream, can't
Yes,
you?
I can. As long as it's not a nightmare. Well, I mean, I can as a nightmare too, but as long as it's not a nightmare, we can have a whole conversation for up to 8 hours.
Gotcha. Okay.
As long as he was asleep when I cast it. Otherwise,
He
I
was.
just maintain meditate. Okay. Father, I bring grave news. Good news, but also grave news.
Speak, my son.
There's no easy way to put this, but I've begun to track down the people, the organizations, the fiends that took me away, that wiped my memories. I'm starting to understand who they are and what motivates them. There's an organization called the Hands of Fate. They work for a god, or at least a pseudo-god, called Relicanter. These are agents of evil, and they have infiltrated our own city. I don't know how to bring this to you any better than let's just say what it is. But I've discovered one agent in particular that is working for them and working against us. Lakoth.
He will be apprehended immediately. Lakoth.
Lakoth.
Lakoth is one of my most trusted friends. This cannot
Which
be
is
true.
what makes him the most dangerous. Look, I've already spoken with the people that I had Shiziki hire. They happen to have a skill set of grabbing people in the night before they're able to make any preparations to escape. The Fourglade brothers will be accosting him.
Yes, those individuals.
Yeah, I
What do you
understand.
know of them?
I understand who they are and what they're about, but you can't deny their skill set. I've seen it firsthand. Or I should say, I know someone that has seen it firsthand. I
And
trust
what evidence
Suzuki.
do you present that Lakoth is truly a part of this organization?
Hey, baby.
What?
Take it down a notch. There you go. Yeah, but I can hear you.
Something?
No, yelling at the game. Alright. In a word, torture. We managed to capture a high-ranking individual in this Hands of Fate, and they named him. They knew exactly who he was, and by divine intervention, I was able to know that he was telling the truth.
I mean, surely they were lying.
Investigate it yourself if you don't believe it. He will be abducted in the night. Go through his personal belongings. Go and see everything that he has. They're known as the Hands of Fate. They tend to have a symbol. Something that they keep with them. It's basically a small hand wrapped around an hourglass. If you can find that anywhere in his personal belongings, you'll know that I'm telling the truth. But regardless if you believe me or not, I cannot help but stress that this is the truth of the matter. And that man is extremely dangerous if he has that much influence in our kingdom.
Now that you mention it, whenever he has been taking record of various diplomatic interactions that I have had, I have seen that he has been scribbling in a notebook. I didn't think much of it, as that is typically what an advisor does. But this emblem that you just described can be seen emblazoned on the outside of the notebook.
Then that's without a doubt proof to show what I've been saying. Yeah, right? Hey guys, I have super high charisma. Listen to me convince everybody. Oh my god, tonight, man. I just can't talk. Right.
Magic missile. I'm out of
Magic
mana.
missile! And this sword gives me a +2 erection to your mom. Jesus Christ. Alright. Anyhow. But
Is that from Robot Chicken?
No, that was just for me making that up.
Oh, okay.
But that should be proof in itself. Get that notebook, see what it says, see what he's been doing. This Relicanter apparently has the ability to put thoughts into people's minds, and not as mind control, but at least speak to them, warn them. So, that's why I had to have Ravella let the Fourglade brothers know. They wouldn't expect it from her, and they wouldn't expect the Fourglade brothers to be on their way. So I'm hoping, by surprising them in the middle of the night, we might have to jump on them. But everything that you've told him, everything that he has had influence on, which I can't even begin to imagine how deep that goes. That means he's had malicious intent against us and the kingdom and our family. Our family.
For decades.
These were the
For
people
decades.
behind my abduction. These were the people that ripped me from you and Ravella. I cannot begin to express my rage.
And you can tell that Oshaka is getting angry as well. He's been one of my most trusted advisors for over 30 years. And this is what he does to our family. He cannot begin to comprehend the wrath that he is about to face. He will be apprehended at once.
Well, I've already set that in motion. I don't know who he has influence over amongst the Kingdom Guards, which is why I sent the Fourglade brothers out there. I thought, to be honest, the best approach was to use an outside source. Someone that I know where their loyalty lies, whether even if it is just for money. But regardless, any member of the Dark Sun, as far as what I've seen, remains professional and will follow whatever orders it is they have, as long as they're hired to do so.
This man looked after you when you were a child.
This
It was your
man-
mother herself who recommended him to my service, and he even deceived her.
And he was also a man that was part of this conspiracy, this organization that sent me away. That time that I lost, he's to blame, or at least he's part of.
This pockmark on our family will be removed immediately. Thank you, my son.
Absolutely, Father. Allow me to recollect my thoughts, but I do have some good news. First off, I know
Could definitely
Ravella.
use hearing it.
I know Ravella has been overseeing a project that I asked her to begin with a new temple, especially with all the new arrivals that came from Sea Shroud. I'm going to be sending you funds to help with that, and also funds to help for the people there. To be honest, I think they could use it. Just, we didn't exactly get to be able to collect any war chest after putting down the aquatic fiends out there. What were they called again? Metagame? What were they called?
What was what called?
The things that Sea Shroud was at war, or Permalty was at war with when I first joined the campaign.
Oh, Marrow.
The Marrow, yeah. We didn't exactly have a war chest to collect after dealing with the Marrow. I'm going to be sending money that I've managed to ascertain after I've left Permalty. I want that to go to the people. I want everyone to be happy with the kingdom and the royal family in charge. And I want them to know. I want to begin rebuilding my reputation that Raynor was able to provide for these people after I left. I said I was going to make my mark, and god damn it, I'm going to make my mark.
I must compliment you on your choice of something. This, Ursine Redleaf that you have placed in a position of power within this temple.
Mm-hmm.
He seems to be a very good man.
I would trust Ursine. To be honest, if you're looking for someone to help advise, and just weigh in, he's had his years. I'm sure no one will be able to replace Lakoth, but if you ever need someone to just be able to speak with that has some outside experience outside of Permalty, he's definitely someone I would keep counsel with if you're able to.
I would ask you something, and I don't mean to misspeak on this matter, and I don't mean to seem insensitive, but what exactly is he? I've never seen a member of his race before.
He somewhat resembles a bear, but yet somewhat human.
He's what we
He's-
call a shifter.
A shifter.
Yes.
And what are they? He appears almost as if he's some sort of werebear.
In a sense, but I wouldn't use those terms around him. You have to understand, these are people that were hunted and killed in the streets of Sea Shroud because of their differences. I want Primoralty to be a safe haven for these people to be able to come in and join our family, our community, our subjects. They deserve a place to be, and I honestly think if we bring these people in, this will help Primoralty significantly. He is a shifter. He's not the only one that showed up like that, and to be honest, it's all the more reason if you could keep counsel with him, because if we have someone like that appears even in any capacity of friendly terms with the royal family, I think it would actually help ease the transition of all the refugees that we're having coming into Primoralty. Seeing him being on friendly terms with the king himself, oh yeah, I'm sure that these refugees will pledge new loyalty to Primoralty in an instant seeing that.
These refugees have already begun banding together, and in a sense, they've sort of formed their own district revolving around the temple.
All the more reason to make sure that we keep open and friendly relations with them. I'm sure that they're not going to cause any issues, but I'd still like them to be more integrated with Primoralty instead of becoming a segregated kingdom.
The only suspicious thing I must mention is it seems as though some of these refugees, it's like I see new ones every day, and I know there are more coming in, but yet it seems as I never see the same ones twice, if that makes any sense, which strikes me as odd.
Mm-hmm. You have to understand, and I know what you're saying, but I'm not going to play into it. You have to understand, I'm trying to turn that temple, Primoralty as a whole, but that temple in particular, as a beacon for these people that have been outcast. So yes, there's going to be a lot of new faces that come about. It's nothing to worry about. It just means Primoralty as a whole is growing, which I know also means there's going to be a lot more mouths to feed, but with the money I'm going to be sending you here soon, I think it should be more than enough to cover and help with that.
Roll a deception check with advantage. Since you're sort of...
1 and 2, Jesus!
He says, as I understand what you're saying, it still just strikes me as suspicious. I won't investigate it further if you don't believe I should, but...
It's good to have a healthy dose of suspicion, especially with all this business with Cloth, but believe me, I'm the one that set up this entire ordeal with them coming there. I wouldn't have done it if I had thought there was any chance that they could bring danger to Primoralty.
I'll be keeping an ear to the ground. Just, it's suspicious that there always seems to be new faces and no new refugees coming in. But
to be honest,
I will not worry about it
it
too
makes me
much.
feel more comfortable knowing that you're going to be a bit more alert and keeping an ear to the ground with everything considered. Whether they're dangerous or not, which I'm sure they're not, I'd still rather you have a healthy dose of caution going forward from today on. This Hands of Fate group, which have been working with another organization which I haven't even begun to go on about, which was the...
Collectorate.
The Collectorate, which was a growing organization that was the ones in charge of the corrupt government and murdering these people in the streets at Sea Shroud. And that was our sister city just to the south. Be aware of these groups. Make sure if there's any even in the slightest existence of them in Primoralty, we squash it out.
I appreciate your counsel, son, and we will be most vigilant.
Absolutely.
If there's any other traitors in our midst, they will be found and they will be dealt with.
Be safe, Father, and make sure you take care of Ravella. The two of you mean the world to me.
Your sister will be kept safe, and I thank you for your concern. And if there's any new developments, please do contact me again. This is quite an interesting power that your companion has to be able to do this. But it puts me at ease knowing that you can.
This is from my new liaison that I seem to have more and more uses for. You met him briefly, I believe, Shiziki.
Yes, the mercenary.
Mm. He's a bit more than that now. In fact, if I may be so bold, I'd like to say I'd like him to be able to represent Primalti in an official capacity. He's done more for me aside from just saving mine and Ravella's life. He's been extraordinarily useful, and to be honest, I'm going to start recognizing him as someone that can speak with my voice when I'm not available. Just a representative, a liaison, I don't know what other titles, and I just don't know what other titles, because I'm not, in the medieval
Diplomat?
times. Diplomat, thank you, yeah. As an official diplomat of Primalti. He's been essential for everything that I've been doing so far.
Make a persuasion check.
With advantage?
No, this is just straight persuasion.
Nat 20!
Oh, that'll do it.
Well, I mean, I got a 1 and 2 with advantage, and then no advantage, I get a nat 20. Sure.
And then no advantage, you got a natural 20.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's the game sometimes. I think Shiziki has earned his place in that. After all, he was instrumental in securing your freedom and bringing you back to the kingdom that needed you. So sure, in an official capacity, consider him a diplomat of Primalti.
I'll make sure if you could just please make sure that's written in whatever paperwork that we need to, and I'll try and make
It
sure
will
I
be
put
recorded in the morning. And
as a general question, is there like a badge? Is there anything for a diplomat for Primalti? I'm sure I would know because I have all the Primalti
there
books.
is, yeah, there is. So typically, somebody who's a diplomat for Primalti, they wear an emblem that is a drop of water with like a large sea serpent that kind of twists and coils into the Primalti family crest inside of this drop of water. That's kind of worn as like a patch.
Okay.
And you would know what it looks like, and yes, you could replicate it on your armor.
Okay. Cool. Alright. Well, I have other people I have to speak with, Father, but it was definitely good to be able to catch up with you. Hopefully, next time we can do things at a bit more of a leisurely rate.
Of course. And I hope that you come home soon.
Maybe, but there's still so much work to be done.
Well, I'm very proud of you, son.
Thank you, Father. That means the world to me. And I will close the dream.
Alright.
Good. That went better than I was hoping.
Yeah, nice nat 20. Now you're an official diplomat of Primalti. You don't even have to be Rainer anymore.
Oh, I'll still be Rainer. There's still so much I gotta handle. Oh shit, I forgot to talk to him about something else. Can I say I didn't close the dream? Because I need to do something else.
You can say one more thing.
But then I'll end up having a recast stream because I got to go into him about the whole thing about.
Alright,
King's
you
Crest.
can bring up another point. You can bring up another point.
Yeah, I totally forgot to bring up the good thing.
Alright, so
I
yeah,
would recast
sure, why
stream
not?
if I needed to. Like, I mean, 'cause I
you're
got
all
to.
right. You're all right. What was the last thing that you wanted to bring up to him?
I needed to let him know that I've been instrumental in putting together an alliance because of everything going on and because of these forces. I'm putting together an alliance of everyone along the coast. I've already gotten Sea Shroud on board. Burkwood is coming in, along with the Night Elves. Geardale's the only one.
What elves? Or do you? Oh, you mean the Moon Elves?
Yeah, the Moon Elves. Thank you.
Yeah, but those are East Coast.
They're not too far off from Burkwood.
Burkwood, but they're still east, like
Thalassia, or whatever.
Yeah, Thalassia is the closest city that Thalassia is to Galeberg.
Okay. But yeah.
But they do have close relations with the Wood Elves. They're already pretty much allies.
I'm beginning to put together an actual official here shortly, hopefully, alliance, which I know we haven't had something like that in some time because of the individual provinces that we've been. But one of the first things that's going to help bring us together is I want to go ahead and recover King's Crest. It's King's Crest. I've already spoken with the commander of the Dark Suns. They're going to go ahead and start sending out a task force of 10,000 men to go ahead and start scavenging and recovering the city. I want Primalty to be there. I want to have boots on the ground, and I'm also going to have forces from Sea Shroud join us. It'll be a joint effort with the Dark Suns to begin recovering King's Crest.
We will work with the commander. Just, if I may be honest, I would like to share my opinion on the Dark Suns. And I've always, though I have hired the mercenaries in the past, such as Shiziki, do you not believe that it's dangerous that a private military force is capable of mustering such large numbers at a moment's notice? That's always made me a little uneasy.
I mean, it's one thing to be respectful of what they can accomplish, which can also cause fear. But to be honest, it seems like that was the smartest thing to do. If we'd have done the same thing, we wouldn't have needed to call for outside help dealing with the Marrow. And I refuse to have our pants caught down like that again. Which is why I'm working with the Dark Suns along with trying to set up this alliance to make sure that we have the
Just do me
appropriate
a favor
forces.
and keep an eye on them. It's just dangerous for a private military force to be that large.
Oh, I completely agree, but Shiziki seems to have a very high opinion of the commander of the Dark Suns, and to be honest, I trust that opinion.
He is a respectable individual, but there's something about him. He's respectable, but there is a darkness to that man. I can't quite place it, but
To the commander of the Dark Suns.
just keep an eye on him. But we will gladly work alongside the Dark Suns to reclaim King's Crest.
I trust the man, but I also trust your insight. Is there something that you know about Commander Vanillor?
Nothing that I know. In fact, I don't know much, which is really where my paranoia comes from. I don't know anything about the man. Not many people do.
Well, I think the man lives with a healthy dose of paranoia himself. He's cautious. Which, unfortunately, we need to take a page out of his book going forward. So, it's hard to be leery of somebody that it seems that we need to act as a role model here, as odd as that sounds. But, with the times being what they are, I think the commander of the Dark Suns might be onto something.
We'll mobilize a force immediately. Unfortunately, we cannot muster 10,000 like he can, but I can send a force of 5,000.
Whatever you feel comfortable with. I just want to make sure that we have a presence there. And if you would be sure to make sure we send our treasurer. There's going to be a lot of artifacts and things worth of value. I'd rather have someone there that can appropriately appraise them.
We'll send a treasurer, as well as... I think it would be wise to send a chronicler on this endeavor as well, just to keep note, just to keep record, as this could be a historic moment, reclaiming a fallen kingdom.
I agree wholeheartedly. And on that note, I will end the dream.
Alright.
Yeah, I totally forgot, that's a pretty important part.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are very leery of Suns just because of how powerful they are. And it's
Oh,
a
I know.
private military force that can rival
These were
nations.
individual provinces, and now we've got a force that can pretty much overtake any kingdom. So
Yeah.
that's one of the reasons I'm aligning people, and it makes it seem like they would be more willing to do that because they're paranoid about everything going on. And the fact that the Dark Suns are like, oh yeah, we got this. You guys can't do anything? Sure, no problem. We'll send out 10,000 guys. Easy breezy.
Yeah, I mean, the Dark Suns could not necessarily easily, but they could mount a force that could rival the entire army of a whole nation. So that's why so many people are leery of the Dark Suns. Because there's a lot of, I mean, that entails a lot. I mean, a private military force that can conquer nation. They
So-
haven't done it
oh,
before, but a lot of people are afraid one day they might.
And they should
So
be.
that was it.
So next, I'm going to go ahead and cast Dream, and again, and I'm going to do it on Desmond Highmark.
Okay. So yeah, he was asleep as well. He comes to, and in his dream, you see that it's not really a coherent dream. Like, you know how sometimes you have dreams, and it's the kind of dream where you wake up from and you only remember bits and pieces. But all that you see kind of flashing through his dream is just little conversations about royalty and the meaning of bloodlines and, like, you know, that kind of talk. But nothing you can really make sense of.
All right.
Are you doing this as Rainer or Shiziki?
As Rainer.
Okay.
So this was a conversation me and you had on the truck that played into
Yeah.
the whole, like, I put you in power. So.
Yeah, I remember.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because, you know, that was also a while back. I'm starting to
Yeah.
cash in on a lot of the chips. I'm starting to cash in on a lot of stuff that I'd set up months and months and months ago. So, feels good, man. A lot of prep work.
Yep.
So, Desmond.
Ah, Raina. Wait, how are you in my dream?
Because I'm a powerful man, you know this. I have a lot of capabilities.
I suppose I've not questioned more. How can I be of assistance to you?
Well, I've actually brought you good fortune. And I'll wave a hand and appear, like, it'll make it look like we're standing above the clouds, but we're looking down on King's Crest in complete and utter ruins.
Okay.
It's time for you to claim your birthright. And I'm going to make that happen for you.
What about my elvish heritage? Surely there will be people who speak out against my rule.
What? Who could speak out? You've already taken over Sea Shroud. Well, you run Sea Shroud. But it's time to go ahead and begin a joint effort that I talked about before. And we're going to start by recovering the city that you lost that was a part of your birthright. We're going to recover King's Crest. Easy, buddy. Oh my goodness. You're getting so mad. So mad.
He's moody.
Yeah. You're good. Oh no, you're so angry. So angry. You don't care. Why don't you go back to sleep, my man? Easy, buddy. Easy. There you go. There you go. Settle down now. Alright. But it's time for you to reclaim your birthright. And I have a plan to make that happen. You see, I'm going to have the Dark Suns go ahead and begin to scavenge and salvage everything of King's Crest. There's no reason to leave this to rot to looters. As the proper king of this city, it'd be irresponsible for you to let that happen. So I'm putting together a joint effort between the Dark Suns, Permiralty, and Sea Shroud to come and begin to salvage the city, bury the dead, give them the proper respects that they should have, not let them rot and be eaten by whatever undead's out there. And I want you to be a part of that.
I would gladly do so, but if I am... I take it you intend for me to be king once King Crest is taken.
There is no King's Crest left. To be honest, King's Crest got leveled to the ground pretty much, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. When King's Crest is recovered, when King's Crest is rebuilt, That is what you intend, right?
That's so far down the road. It'll take so much force to be able to do that. But what's left there, the memories, the artifacts, the weaponry, everything. We can't just leave that to looters. It's time for you to announce who you are. You already have the entire city of Sea Shroud backing you, and I am backing you. That's more than enough than some 8-year-old boy, or however old he is, some boy hiding out in the mountains. Some 8-year-old boy
Which
hiding out in
his
the
name
mountains to make a
is
claim.
Godric, is
Yeah,
what his name
I've
is.
got it in the notes, I didn't remember how old he is. You are the true heir, and it's time to make that known. And this is the best way to do it. I can't even begin to think of another way than giving the proper respects and having the authority and power to do so for the people that were supposed to be under you. This child that's hiding out in the mountains, he can't do that. He has no idea how to. He's too busy sucking his thumb. You can. Now is the time. This is happening. I just want to make sure that you're a part of it.
It would be my sincere honor.
Good. Send whatever forces that you can allocate to go ahead and start marching towards King's Crest. The Dark Suns will already be there on your arrival, and to be honest, Permalty may beat you there, but they have 5,000 men coming as well. Be there. Make your presence known. It's time to announce who you are.
I can maybe muster a force of 1,000, but you must understand that Sea Shroud's military force is not optimal right now.
It doesn't need to be. That's why I've hired other people to be there. You just have to have a presence. And you'll reap the rewards. Whatever we gain from King's Crest, which I imagine will be quite a bit, can go towards helping your people. More jobs, more money, more food on the table. It's win-win all around.
If I may ask, could you give the Dark Suns a message if they are going to be there first? For this is what I worry about the most. Could they please find the ruins of the Royal Museum? For there are quite a few treasured artifacts from my history and from my family, and I have worried about what fate those artifacts may have. They're irreplaceable. Could they just scavenge the ruins of the Royal Museum and turn over any artifacts they might find to me? They are very important to our history.
Well, I'm hiring them. They work for me. So I'm sure if I gave them instructions, they would follow suit. But that also means that you need to make sure that your people are there to oversee this. There's going to be a lot of people and a lot of empty pockets. Looters will be there one way or the other, and I'm sure there's people that, whether they're hired with the best of intentions, are going to be a bit greedy when they see things, so not necessarily everything will be reported that's found. Make sure you get your people from Sea Shroud there. I will try and make sure I let the Dark Suns know not to enter that museum until you've arrived. Or at least whatever forces that you trust will be there.
I just wish to preserve our history. And I will be there. Of course, it would be my sincere honor.
Then I will speak to the commander himself and let him know not to enter the museum until your forces arrive.
I would appreciate that.
I told you before, Desmond. Work with me. Continue to do as I say, and I'll make sure that you get what you want out of this world.
You know, I've always thought your father was an honorable man, and I've thought for a long time that an alliance between Sea Shroud and Permalty could be mutually beneficial. So I am delighted to see that this is finally coming to fruition.
I am as well. I'm glad that I put you in charge. Continue doing the good work that you are. I'll see you soon, Desmond. Well, at least I'll talk to you soon. Dream
I
ends.
look forward to it.
All right, next one. Let's see. Let's change it up. Let's get away from Rainer for a bit, because I got more stuff to do with Rainer. But we'll do that here in a minute. We're gonna cast
All
Dream again
This is your last slot.
until I take a short rest.
Yeah. Or a long rest.
Yeah. We're gonna cast Dream again, and let's see here. Let's
All right.
man, fucking Dream, dude. It's the best spell ever for all the stuff I'm doing. Let's go say
What
hi.
level spell is that? I know for you it's 5th, but
I think it's 5th in general.
okay.
Yeah. So we're gonna go say hi to Wilhelm. And I will be Shiziki in this one.
I didn't hear who you were talking to. It kind of cut out.
Wilhelm.
Ah, Wilhelm. Okay. So, you... oddly enough, actually, Wilhelm isn't asleep.
Well, I will maintain concentration for 8 hours until he falls asleep.
Okay, I'll say that it takes about another hour. You do know his ship has like an autopilot function, so he usually doesn't take like a long rest when he's piloting the thing, though. He'll take like small naps, but you managed to catch him in one of his naps. Though it's very blurry because it's not a very deep sleep, but you're able to you're able to talk to him.
Okay. Easy. It's time for you to go back to bed. Yeah. You getting cranky. What's he dreaming about? I'm curious.
Honestly, he's not dreaming of much. He's dreaming about, because he's a very curious man, and he's a man whose mind is kind of always racing. So all he's picturing is like different. All he's picturing is like different designs for Arcanobot, and then it'll jumble around and it'll turn into something else. You do see that there's kind of tends to be one kind of recurring theme of one Arcanobot that's much smaller than all the other ones you've seen, would actually be classified as a small creature, that is almost kind of looks like a drone. It has 2 small wings on each side of it, one central eye that can kind of shift around 360 degrees on top of it and also below it. Almost like some kind of scouting drone. And he seems to be quite fixated upon this design.
Alright. Wilhelm, my friend! Long time no see.
Shiziki, it is very good to speak to you. How are you doing? How is... Philia, that's her name. How is Philia?
Philia is fantastic.
Good,
Give me
good. Thank you
half
for
a
keeping her
second,
safe.
because I think he's getting
Truly
hungry.
appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. For the sake of both of us not letting listen to a screaming baby, let me go grab another bottle for him right quick. Give me like 2 minutes.
You're good.
Okay, sorry about that. There we go.
Alright.
Wilhelm, my friend. Philia is phenomenal. How are you?
Good. I'm great. I was successful and I found another warforged down in the Taraski Desert. I'm headed back. In fact, I should be there by morning, but he's with me now. I was able to rescue him. He called himself Iron Wolf. Strange names they have. But he, the plan's are already in the works to have him delivered to Primralty, to the temple, and have Ursine receive him.
Good, good. Yeah, it seems Ursine's made quite the positive impression from Ralty that I hear.
He's a good man. He can act a little quickly and on impulse, but his heart is in the right place.
So, while I have you, Wilhelm, sorry to make such an intervention here, but I have a few questions for you, if you don't mind.
Of course, anytime.
I will wave my hand and I will make the two blue and red constructs appear. Have you seen anything like this before?
No, I haven't.
Well, I've got a little something for you whenever you arrive. Vorkeen. He doesn't strike me as a genius tinkerer, but yet he had these two things that followed him, did his commands without issue, cast high level spells. I've
I
never
can
seen
tell you from
anything
looking
like.
at that those are not mechanical contraptions. They are purely magical, in a similar form as you're familiar with shield guardians, are you not?
With what?
Shield guardians.
No.
Well, they are magical constructs, but there is nothing mechanical to them. Nothing holds their bodies together besides stone and magic. I believe these things are of a similar nature, as I cannot ascertain any mechanical element to them.
Well,
But I
to
would
be
indeed
honest,
like to.
I can't imagine anyone else that might have a better idea on dealing with magical constructs than you. Is there any way you think you might be able to inspect these further when you get here? Maybe find a way to harness them, make use of them, utilize them in some manner?
I'll do so. However, I am going to have to make a short stop on the way. I don't know what in the blazes is going on, but the engine of my ship has been giving me some trouble. I'll just stop, do some work on it real quick, and then I'll be on the rest of my way.
That doesn't sound good. Where are you planning on stopping?
Over by Thalassia, outside in the forest. There's a clearing that I've stopped at multiple times.
Wilhelm, I need you to be careful of where you go and where you stop. I don't know if you're aware of this, but I've been tracking down and hunting a certain organization called the Hands of Fate. They seem to be a nightmare of a conspiracy. And not only that, they seem to be working in the backgrounds of sabotaging and causing instrumental disasters in a lot of the kingdoms. And I hate to say this, but they seem to know who you are because of your affiliation with me and the rest of the Sons.
So, do you think I should forego my stop and make my way there instead?
If you think you can make it here safely, because I'll be honest, Wilhelm, I think we've stepped on some toes, and they're looking for a way to be able to cripple us. And you, undoubtedly, are a way to cripple us. You have a lot of attachments with the Sons here. More than a few of us care about your well-being.
Let me see. Let me roll a percentile dice to see whether he stops or not. I'll make my way there, and I'm not too sure about the engine. It's strange. I've never had this sort of problem with the Gambit before.
Then that makes me all the more curious about what you have over there. Whenever you wake up, check your ship. Check to see if you have a stowaway. Check to see if you've had somebody sabotage it in a way. I wouldn't put anything past these people right now. I hate to say this, Wilhelm, but you are being hunted.
I would be careful.
On that note, I would feel better if you had some protection with you of some means. You're on that ship by yourself a lot, and I know you're trying to be helpful and you have an open heart to anybody that you can take in, but how would you like an assistant?
Well, I suppose I have been down a set of hands lately since I sent Philia with the rest of you.
So I happen to come across a well-capable wizard, I'm assuming? What is
Yeah,
Methra?
she's a
Is she a
wizard.
wizard?
Yeah, she's a wizard. School of Necromancy wizard.
And she's looking for a way out. Mostly just a way to be able to make an honest living and take care of her daughter. And honestly, I know we've been encumbering you with a heavy workload here lately. Easy, buddy. Yeah, you put that bottle down away fast. But we've been over-encumbering you here lately, I feel. Unless you have someone in mind, I thought I might talk to her about recommending her to ride the gambit. Maybe giving you some help with whatever projects and endeavors you have.
Well, I could definitely use the help. If you think she's trustworthy, then yes, she is more than welcome, of course.
Well, she has a daughter. An 8-year-old child that stays with her brother. To be honest, all she wants to do is make sure that she's safe. And I honestly think if I can talk to her, make sure that I provide the safety for her daughter, then we shouldn't have anything to worry about with her turning on us. I think she's just someone that's looking for a way out and a way to be able to make sure that she can take care of her daughter.
And what about her current situation is so bad that she would want a way out?
Well, her uncle happens to be a part of this affiliation that I was just speaking about.
You cut out, man.
So her uncle happens to be a part of this affiliation that we were just speaking about. She was a member of the Necrolites out here, which I'm having disbanded. We'll be taking in a lot of the members into the Dark Suns, but she has no home. She's too close to Artigan, who was the person that was a part of the Hands of Fate. So no one will trust her. She won't be allowed to go home when this gets let out that who her uncle was. She has nowhere to go. But to be honest, I think she's just trying to be a good mom.
Well, then of course she'll be welcome. Of course. There's nothing I would like more than to take someone in who has nowhere else to go.
Well, if that's the case, then I'll speak with her and see if that's something that she'd like to do. But to be honest, I think it's in her best interest and in yours. I don't like you being on your own when there's so many dangers out there, Wilhelm. I want to make sure that you're taken care of.
I'm not alone now. I have Ironhoof with me.
Sure, not now, but still. There's just a lot going on in this world, and knowing that these people from the Hands of Fate might be after you, they threatened us about your well-being. I just want to make sure that there's somebody else that could be capable to make sure they keep an eye on you, and you on them, but I just want to make sure that you're taken care of.
I will take her in, and after this conversation, I will scan the ship to make sure there's no stowaway.
Good. I have other things I'd like to talk to you about when you get here, but that can all wait till you arrive. I've got a few ideas for some things that we could build based off the Arcanobots, but I'll let you get some actual rest here.
Very well, Shiziki. And I shall see you in the morning.
I look forward to it. That dream ends. Alright. That is... So what time in the morning is it right now? Or in the evening, whatever.
It's like midnight. Because you had already gone through a lot of these conversations, and then you took a short rest to get some spell slots back. So I'd say it would have been about 2 hours since you started doing this.
Okay. Let's do another one.
Alright.
So, would I have time to take a short rest and then do some spells and get a long rest? Or nah? Because I know I'm kind of pushing it.
Probably not that. We can do one more little conversation.
Then instead of that, I will drink a potion of recuperation. So I'll get all my spell slots back in 1 minute.
Yep.
And then I will cast Dream again. I've been trying to do this for
Okay.
forever, man.
You're good.
On Archdruidess Rakessa Whisperwind.
All right.
What do you
So oddly enough, she doesn't really. So here's the only complicated part about that is that elves don't really sleep.
Yeah, no,
Not
you.
really.
I know you said I was gonna have to roll a dice to see whether or not it happened or not, so I would roll the
Yeah.
dice.
They can if they want to, but a lot of elves prefer to just enter a trance. But she is sleeping. Wow, I just rolled a percentile dice and got a 98 on it.
Yeah. And I will be presenting myself as Rainer.
That is the highest I've ever rolled on a percentile dice.
Oh yeah.
So, okay. You are speaking to Archdruidess Rakessa Whisperwind, the queen of the Berkesi.
All right. I will make the room look like it's been split in two. Basically, it's the throne room of Permalty, like slammed together with the throne room of Birkwood. She's over Birkwood, right?
Yeah, she's over Birkwood. And the Wood Elves are also called the Berkesi. So, that's how she'll often refer to her people.
But yeah, it'll basically look like if you cut both of our throne rooms in half and then put them together. I'm sitting
Gotcha.
in one throne, she's sitting in the other.
Okay.
Archdruidess Rakessa Whisperwind, I presume?
Reyna, somehow in my dreams, I guess I will not question it. What can I do
Right.
for you?
You're not going to question it.
I've seen much stranger things in my time, and I'm familiar with the spell, so...
Well, I have to say I'm a little disappointed to hear that. Then you should know that anyone that uses the spell can make themselves look like anyone else.
Didn't hear what you said.
Said I'm a little disappointed to hear that. If you're familiar with the spell, then that means you should know anyone can make themselves present themselves as anyone else.
That is true, but I will continue assuming that you are indeed Reyna Primralty until I have reason to assume otherwise.
Archdruidess, I'm pretty sure my man that I had to speak with you about this gave you a password. Are you just going to forgo that? There's a reason I put those precautions in place. Which I told her, there's a password.
Yeah, well, I don't have it. What was it?
Bariokato.
Really?
I'm not kidding.
Let's type that down phonetically. Yes, Bariokato.
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 Badiokoto.
Badiokato. Okay.
Bariokato. No, I did not expect you to remember that. My god, if you had, I'd have been so, like, slack-jawed and shocked.
Yeah, okay. Badiokato.
There you go. Sure. Whatever. That word.
Yeah.
I told you I would reach out to you, did I not?
You did.
Well, now is that time. I figured I'd bring good tidings in case you hadn't already been made aware, but Vorkeen has been defeated.
Yes. Word has reached me. What was that chick's name? That was like her right-hand man.
Nalisek.
Nalisek Talin. Yes. Captain Nalisek has informed me that your campaign was successful. Congratulations.
What you want, my man? You want to eat more? Are you hungry? Yeah, you can't act like you're hungry. Oh, you're so hungry. My God. You're a little piggy tonight. Right. Now that fire's been put out for the moment, I wanted to speak to you as close to face as I could here. I don't know if you're aware of this, but all the politics that we've been handling in the past have become antiquated and obsolete. Handling things individually is just not going to work. This threat of the Lich is proof in itself that we need to come together. The reason I'm reaching out to you is the same reason that I've reached out to other members of the royalty in other cities. Standing individual does not work anymore. I'm offering to stand together. I'm offering an alliance.
Like the sort that we have with Thalassia.
What you have with Thalassia is all well and good. It's more of an unofficial capacity that you just... It is unofficial, right? They're just friends.
It
they're
is
close.
unofficial. They just... It's a given that they'll likely help each other out, but it's not
Right.
an official alliance.
But what you have is unofficial. It's not concrete. It's not written in stone. I think it's time to have a united front between all of us out here. We can't allow creatures from the sea that overthrow my city, corrupted governments and sea shroud that none of us know anything about, dragons in yours with ley lines on the verge of destruction. Standing separate doesn't work. We have too many threats in this world. What I'm coming to you is an alliance that I've already put into the works, but I want to make sure that I have enough support before we present this openly. I know everyone can be afraid of a joint military force, but that's what I want. I want us to be able to come together and work with each other, support each other, especially when times of hardships, which seems so apparent right now, come to afflict any one of our kingdoms.
You know this has always been my goal, Shiziki. I
I am
half
Raina
moon
right
elf
now.
myself.
I am not Shizuki.
Oh, that's right. You know that has always been my goal, Reina. I am half moon elven myself. Many people question my right to rule, but I believe that my very heritage is evidence enough that independence is overrated. I believe that the kingdoms could very well benefit from cooperation, but I'm not the one you need to convince of that.
Who? Your people?
To start with, and the people in my kingdom are not the only one who share this sentiment.
Well, I'm pretty sure a lot of the people that didn't support you are not coming home. The separatists were put on the front line, if I remember correctly, from what Shiziki had
They
reported to me.
were, and from what I understand, a living one has not yet been found.
So it seems
Which
to me
is a
you
shame.
should have mostly support of your people, and if this is something that you want, I'm pretty sure that they're gonna fall in line.
I will pass on this notion to the Terran Concordance. I am in agreement with you. Myself and the Concordance will discuss the best way to arrange such an alliance, to bring the people on board.
I think that would be most beneficial for both of us, both of our kingdoms. What I would like to see from you, especially if you're as a proponent of this as you claim, speak with the the moon elves. See if the relations that you already have with them, if they would be on board as well. To be honest, if I have you in agreement along with them, I think we'll be able to make this a more official capacity very soon. And I do have one other thing I wanted to just give you a friendly warning about. King's Crest will be having multiple forces moving in out of here soon. After Vorkeen has been, dealt with. We can't just leave that city to rot. I'll be sending forces out there to begin to recover the city. I just don't want anyone to be alarmed when they see multiple large forces mobilizing and moving out, to think that there's anything running amok. Just be warned, they're going out there with the best of intentions to go ahead and recover and make sure that there's no looters or any other undead that could scatter about and plague any one of our cities or any other people. I just wanted you to be aware.
It truly is a tragedy what happened to that city.
Which is all the more reason if we can come together, we can make sure something like that doesn't happen again.
70%. 70% of the human population was wiped out that day.
And unfortunately, if we don't do anything about the oncoming threats to us, they won't be the only ones. Vorkeen wasn't the only threat that harbors on to all of our nations, or all of our kingdoms. So, I'm glad I have your support in this alliance. I'll contact you again with further details. I'm hoping eventually we can make a summit. Some place where we can actually all, the leaders of these kingdoms, come together. Sign a treaty. Sign to make sure that we're all on board with this alliance and figure out more of the details of how we can support one another.
I look forward to hearing from you again,
Likewise.
Prince Reyna.
Dreamins!
All right. I actually had to look it up. The name of the king of the moon elves, his name is Onidrel Nightbrook.
Yeah, I've got it in my notes too, but I got a kid that I'm bouncing on my knee.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm not gonna try and cast a spell over there. Yeah, and then Queen Venetian Nightbrook.
Venerith Nightbrook.
Venerith? I have Venetian.
The way I have it spelled in my notes is Venarith.
Yeah, that's not what I had. Venarith. Oh yeah, that is not what I had.
And
Like-
she is the former High Priestess of Saloon.
Yeah, former High Priestess of Saloon. She's a powerful cleric. Rules of
Powerful
Celestia. Yeah, that's what I wrote. And then King Unidril Nightbrook, and then Ulandil, who's the captain of their guard.
Yes. Ulandil. That is Ulundil.
And then the leader of the troops from there is General Heretier. Yeah. See, look at them. Look at them.
General Heretier, yes.
Yeah, look at them notes, man. I got all them notes.
You do.
Alright.
Now, do you know what the name of the Temple of Saloon was?
I
I don't know if I ever said it.
No, I know who Turd Burglar is, though. That's right next to it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Told her Reiner or myself would contact her to set up better relations between Berkwood and Primralty. Told her a secret word, Badiakato, to know it was me.
Which now that is in my notes.
Jesus Christ.
Though I'll likely have to dig for it if it ever comes up.
Yeah, I'll get man. Okay. Let's see. I knocked out that. I mean, I guess for the sake of saying, because I want to just knock out all as much. Let me know if you're getting tired and want to wind down for the night, man. 'Cause that was the core stuff. There's some other things I'd
Yeah,
like to go
now
into.
is the point where I'm probably gonna wind down.
Yeah, that's fine, man. We did a ton, so I'm pretty happy with
You've been
that.
recording this, right?
Oh yeah, it's all on stream.
Okay, cool. Because I'm gonna want to listen to this later.
Yeah, no, that's I got a lot knocked out here, so there was more I can do because I'm me, but that was already so much. So yeah, I'm perfectly content with what we knocked out.
Yeah, and I'm glad we got to knock that out because you realize that was like an hour and a half of stuff to knock out with people
Well,
you needed to talk to.
And that was what I kept saying, man. It was gonna be a bunch of stuff, and I didn't want to make people just have to listen to me talk.
Yeah, you didn't want
for
people to have to
forever.
listen to it.
Yeah, exactly. No,
Just
that would have been
just a session of
horrible.
the Shiziki show.
Right. So no, I absolutely did not want to do that. That's why I was like, all right, I'll do a quick conversation, maybe here, something there. But like, I had a bunch that I need to do. So.
Yeah, which
well,
honestly, I'm glad you have that much stuff planned for my campaign. So.
Yep. So I would say at that point, the only thing I'll do, we'll just say we wrap it up there. I will drink one of the 2 that I have left because I gave a bunch to Aaron. Where is it? Potion of Performance.
Okay.
And then me and Celiel are gonna have a good time because we just had a battle hardy evening.
So, question: how do you plan on taking a long rest, seeing as how you're under the effects of that potion?
I mean, I didn't necessarily say I was gonna take a long rest.
You have to level up.
Oh god damn it, man! Why you gotta be like that? I will try to exhaust myself thoroughly with Celiel.
You are unable to sleep for 24 hours at the level of energy that you have from the potions of energy. You can dispel magic on yourself.
Well, I don't get Dispel Magic until I go to sleep and wake up.
Oh yeah.
Because that's one of the things I'm swapping out to get. Shit, I got a bunch
You
of
could
poisons.
you could go have a conversation with Azrael if you want for him to dispel the magic on you. So that's kind of his thing.
Let me see. Hold on. I got weird poisons. I got all sorts of weird poisons. Where's my? I got. Hold on. What about that nightshade mushroom? Like that puts you to sleep, doesn't it?
Actually, I let me look at what that does.
Hold on. I know it's in here.
I
I
think
gotta
it's-
look it up. Nightcap mushroom. I just have 2 of them. It doesn't say what they do. I don't have a description.
Oh, the nightcap? Yeah, that puts you to sleep. That's why it's called a nightcap. That's the pun in the name of the mushroom.
Would that cancel out the effects of the thing?
No, actually, because it says you're immune to effects that would put you to sleep.
Man, whatever. Jeez. Okay. I will say I will drink my potion of performance. I will have a good time with Cilio, and then I will go and find old boy and see if he can dispel this crap off of me.
Yeah, he does it. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Is this for the whatever? For him to cast a spell magic on me or something?
When the potion of energy ends, you have to make a Constitution saving throw. You are not quite at 5. I'm actually looking at the potion of energy right now to see, but whenever it ends on you, you have to make a Constitution saving throw. You get back the level of exhaustion you had before, and this is to make sure you don't get another one.
18.
So it says when the effect of this, you automatically gain a level of exhaustion in addition to the level of exhaustion you would have gained by skipping a long rest. $18. So the DC of that would have been 18. So you don't gain an additional level of exhaustion because you would get 2 if you had failed that. But you are at 2 levels of exhaustion. When you take a long rest, you'll lose one of them.
Oh, okay, I got you. Well, I thought you said I'd go back to where I was. I was at 1 point of exhaustion. So if I don't
Yeah,
gain
but
an
once
additional...
you've taken 4, it's an additional clause on 4 of them. It says
Okay, I got you. That's fine, man.
when the effect of this potion ends, you automatically gain a level of exhaustion in addition to the level of exhaustion you would have gained by skipping a long rest.
Okay.
So
where's my potion of performance? There it is. I already took it out. Okay, cool.
those potions can be pretty catastrophic because if you'd also skipped a long rest, then you would go back to the level of exhaustion you had before.
Yeah,
Then you would have
there's
the
a lot
level
of
of
stuff.
exhaustion from skipping a long rest. Then you would have the level of exhaustion from it automatically ending, and then another level of exhaustion if you failed the Constitution saving throw. So you could be at 4. Don't you die if you're at 4 levels of exhaustion, or is that 5?
5.
Okay.
So, yeah, no, I will make... Do I have to make a I will roll for my Constitution skill check or whatever for having a good time with Cilio.
Yes, roll that Constitution saving throw.
What,
With
is it
a
saving
normal
throw,
roll
or-
of sense.
No, it is with advantage, son, because I took a potion of performance, and this is before
Yes,
I
so-
got dispelled.
Then, yeah. Constitution saving throw.
Is it saving throw, or is it just a check?
So, there's a couple. Yeah, it's a Constitution saving throw to start with. I think I've always had it a Constitution saving throw.
Boom.
Nice. You give her a good time.
Jesus Christ.
Now roll a
Whatever.
d20. Oh wait, no, never mind. Yeah, you don't have to roll a
Taz, man.
yeah, you don't have to roll a d20.
Let's see if we can make it twins. No, whatever. Because that's how it works, right? Yeah, you know.
Yeah,
Just two
exactly.
paramedics.
Yep.
But yeah,
Sounds
then,
legit to me.
I would say whenever I go wake him up, I actually woke him up to let him know that Vivi was all on board with us, taking over the Necrolites. And then, by the way, while you're up, if you could cast Dispel Magic on me, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, he does it. He casts a
Okay.
spell magic.
And then on that note, I go pass the fuck out.
All right, now I'm gonna go downstairs and get some chocolate milk because that's my ritual before I go to bed. You can go ahead and do your level up if you want. Are you gonna take the average, or are you gonna roll your HP?
What's the average?
The average would be, let's see, your hit dice is a D8, so your average would be 5 plus your Constitution modifier.
Another
So the
5.
average is 5. So you can roll a D8 or just take 5.
Yeah, I'll just take the 5 and then add the Constitution modifier on that, so it makes it 10.
So I'll go ahead and drag another level of Warlock over to you. I will grab specifically the Warlock that is from Xanathars. And you gain 10 HP with a max now of 163 and are now a 17th level Warlock.
Oh, look at that proficiency bonus of +6, and I have 4 spell slots.
Yes, you do.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, and I need to delete all my electro bullets because I gave those to Aaron. And then
I don't know why it didn't go ahead and give you the... Oh, okay, I see. I'll just edit that. 4 5th level slots.
And I'll go down to 0 wounds after I had 109. Alright, man, I'm gonna go and kill the stream. Go get your chocolate milk, man. Appreciate you sticking around so we can go ahead and knock all that stuff out.
It's all good, man.